Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Fall River Media News. I'm a host, Dave Mead, and I have a guest coming on tonight, and we're gonna be talking about some stuff, some that's related to the Fall River bus station, what happened today, and a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna present our invite, and we're gonna be talking about stuff. So and let's see if I can get her in here. Invite my guest. Oh, don't tell me this. Wait. Yeah, I have to. I want to. Why don't you just? All right. Share screen. Oh, come on. Trying to. I'm trying to get you in here. Let's see. Share screen. I just sent her the email. I mean, I did. I sent her the. I just sent her the invite. I did. I sent her it all, and you got to tap to get on. Oh my God. Let's see. Maybe I got to go down to 2. Discussion. I don't even know, man. I'm just trying to do this. I'm just trying to do this. It seems like. Go ahead, try again. Because I sent you the link. Seems like we're just having difficult. Let me try it again. Well, because I had to do it again because I messed up on it. I'm inviting guests. And let me see. Let's see if I can send the link again. Hold on. I got to do this all over again. This is nonsense. Well, I just sent you another link. And yeah, so I just sent her another link, and we're going to be talking about stuff more entirely. I just gotta, yeah.
Hold on, baby.
So
Yeah, I gotta go some stuff.
let's see here.
Cover this. What's wrong with him? Do this.
So anyways, yeah. So we're gonna be talking about some stuff, and so I'm just there she is right there. Hey, Annalisa, how you doing? How are you? Let me get you on stage here.
Oh boy, there I am. How you doing?
Oh, there you are. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Oh boy. Well, that's because I got all kinds of stuff going here. So, wow. Oh boy.
Now we know, right? Now you know. That's how you learn.
Let me see. I don't know if my sound.
Mistakes.
Can you hear me over there? Huh? Can you
Who
hear
are you
me?
talking to?
And that side? Well,
are you talking to me?
There's a lot of technology going on here, and it's kind of crazy.
Are you with somebody else?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes? No? Maybe? No? I don't know this. Jacob, I need your help over here. I need a sound up. Yeah. Well, can you hear me a little bit?
I can hear you.
You can hear me. All right.
Yes.
So, all right. But anyways, well, something happened today at the Fall River bus station. Right?
Yeah.
So,
well, I saw the post.
Something happened. And well, what? And
can you hear me, David?
Yeah. I can't hear Annalisa talk. I need this turned up a little bit, Jake. Huh? So yeah, I have to have one of this up over here. So, Jake, I need to hear her.
You did turn it up as much as you could, and it still can't hear it.
Yeah. So I wonder why. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did I fix it?
Hi, Linda.
Okay, turn the volume up a little bit, maybe.
You guys can hear
All right,
me.
so yeah. Well, we try to turn the volume up, and it's not.
Well, it's got to be on settings.
Okay, can you hear? Wait a minute, I'm gonna text her. Wait a minute. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can
the
hear
headphones go out there. What's the output?
Is it going in my headphones? It's not going through my headphones, Jake.
I don't know what you did to your computer.
I didn't do nothing to it. She says, I can't hear you. All right.
You can't hear her, though.
All right. So you can hear me.
Yes.
But I gotta hear you now.
Right.
but I can't hear her. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Crazy.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah,
No good.
well, we got it so far. Yeah.
Yay.
Gotcha.
Well, you know what it was? It took. You know what it was? It took Jake to to fix it. So yeah. So
Okay, that's good. I'm glad you figured it out.
yeah. So yeah, we figured it out. Yeah. So it's easy to figure something out. Just like I had to send an email over to you. So, but today, Linda and I. Well, anyways, I want to introduce my guest, Annalisa. She lives you still live in Swampscott, right?
I have a place in Swampscott, yes.
Okay. So we're not going to go there with that. So, she's been an activist with us for a very long time, and she's done a lot of work, in the community for the past couple of years, and she even helped us out with with the Trump campaign and everything. So I want to introduce you to Lisa, my good friend, and my Annalisa. Annalisa. So what was you doing for the past couple of weeks? And you were talking about some stuff, and I like to hear it.
Well, I think I did a video today, on Michelle Wu having ties with the Communist Party. So now there's proof. That she is and has ties with the Communist Party. So that's what I was looking for, that as well, and I suspected it, probably like a lot of people did, but now there is actual proof where somebody from the Communist Party helped her raise $300,000 for her campaign, I think in 2021 when she got in. But 3/4 of the registered voters in Boston did not vote. So she got in with whoever showed up. But this guy, I think his last name is YU. He helped her get in, and he also has helped Maura Healey. So, and I called her a commie as well. So he has helped both of them, and I suspected it, and I kept saying it, but now it's for real. And he is on the Commonwealth of Massachusetts website, because he's on some kind of committee there, and he's listed as the vice chair. And it says in his bio that he helped out Mayor Wu, Michelle Wu, Maura Healey, and now the state auditor. He's also involved in the transition team with the state auditor. And that's terrible. I was shocked about that. I was shocked when I read that. I was shocked.
Yeah, well, I mean, and remember that other guy there. We always talk about this a lot. Okay, the other guy that was on Baker's administration team,
Keneally,
the one that's running against Governor Healy.
Yeah, Mike Keneally.
I had no idea, that he was on Baker's team. So I mean, he's another rhino. You know what I'm saying? Besides that, besides Mayor Wu, and
he's in the housing. He was in housing and in economic development under the Baker administration. So, when I read that, I was wondering if he had anything to do with the policies that are going on right now in Massachusetts, like in Swampscott, with this building of these units. It just doesn't seem to stop. It's never ending. It's just never enough, especially in a small town like Swampscott, where there's only 15,000 people. They keep building these units, and it's like we're wondering, like, who is this for? Because there aren't really a lot of people in Swampscott. and they're continuing to build. So I read the article, and he did start that NBTA law that says, where Healy extended it and said, if you're within a 5-mile radius, you have to build multi-dwelling units. Well, but he started it. The Baker administration started it. That I was surprised about a little bit, but I found it. I was curious to see if they had anything to do with it, and apparently they started it, and she continued it. So if Mara Healy knows this CCP guy, Baker must know him too. They all know. They have to know who he is.
They know each other.
They all know. Yeah, they know. Even the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has a website with this committee in there that has like 19 people in it. So he's on there. He's the vice chair. And how can they not know him? They all know who he is.
Yep.
And do they know that he works for the CCP, that he's in intelligence, which means he's gathering information? And stupid Baker gave China the contract to the subway stations in Boston. They now have that information.
So what are they doing with all that information?
I mean, they're going to use it against us at some, I don't know when.
Probably at some point.
Okay, so they're going, I don't know, but now they know the subway infrastructure of Boston because stupid Baker gave it to them.
Wow. I mean, that I didn't even know. I mean, I looked up some of it, but I didn't even know that. Wow.
Yeah, when I think it was Baker under his administration when they were fixing the subway cars. And they had bids, they get contract bids from everyone, and they picked China because I guess it was the cheapest. But they have a factory or their home headquarters in Springfield, Massachusetts, that has the Chinese flag there that's flying there in Springfield. And they did such a horrendous job on the subway cars that they didn't even pass inspection. They couldn't even put them out there to be used. And that $1 million contract, not just $1 million, I mean, it's more than $1 million, turned into billions. Yeah. Because they couldn't get the work out on time.
Well, our cars, our transit, just talking about that, we're gonna get a little bit deeper on a bunch of stuff. But our transit is we were gonna go to Boston, me and Linda, and we were gonna go to Boston, and Jake, we're gonna take the T over to Boston, but come to find out that there was no engineers to it at all. I mean, good thing I didn't get to go to Boston.
You mean taking the subway system?
No, the train that we have here in Fall River. The commuter rail, and there was no engineer to it.
I just had a bad feeling. Told me, "Don't you dare get on that train today."
And it was so sad.
How is it running if there's no engineer? There's got to be somebody.
Well, because there was several people that got caught in Boston. They had to wait until they found an engineer. So, but anyways,
I see.
There's so many things that I want to talk about. I mean, because it's all this stuff that's going on here. Especially from the state representatives to Governor Moore Healy. I mean, what do you think that Governor Healy? And we've been hearing a lot about. I've been hearing a lot about her tax increases. Her tax on cable boxes, tax on candy. I mean, this is hilarious. I mean, but I think from my opinion, I think she should resign and not run in 2026. You know what I'm saying?
That's never going to happen. It's never
And-
going to happen.
And we all know that's not going to happen. She's going to run.
No,
But I
she's-
remember the GOP slammed her.
Of course they did.
The GOP.
Well, I mean, can you just hold on for 1 second? I got a timer over here that just doesn't quit. Hold on.
All right.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay,
That's all right.
well, I think the GOP in Massachusetts and the Democrats, at this point, the way it is running right now, I think they're working together. So the Mass GOP, who's running it right now, she's a woman from Marblehead. Her last name is Carnivale. And when she got in, things changed for the Mass GOP. She is affiliated with Washington, D.C., and she works. I'm trying to remember the connection, but she's not a true or a Republican that people are looking for, I think, in Massachusetts, like yourself, like a true Republican who might be a President Trump supporter. She's not like that. Okay,
She's not like that. Oh.
No, she's not. She doesn't like Trump. She's another one that doesn't like Trump. A lot of Republicans in Massachusetts do not like Trump. So I can't say that they are really Republicans. To me, they're rhinos. So they're working together right now. So really the Republican Party, I don't even know if it really exists in Massachusetts anymore because it's not, they don't have a lot of Republican registered voters. They got more independents. So the independents are the biggest. They're not even a party, but they're the biggest registered voters in Massachusetts. So then it's the Democrats and then it's the Republicans. But the Republicans working with the Democrats just nullifies people like yourself and myself that prefer something else. It just cancels it out. Because there's no other party like the MAGA Republican Party, like they're calling now President Trump's Republican Party. They are distinguishing it from the established part, like the rhinos that are in DC. They're calling them now the MAGA. It's starting to change. Like it's starting to split. I think the Republican Party is starting to split into I think Trump is trying to keep it together, but I think it's starting to go one way and the rhinos are going in another direction. It seems like
I've been seeing that too. So I have a feeling that's going to happen that way too.
Well, I mean, right now, it does seem like the Congress is going along with President Trump. But Massachusetts has a problem with the Republicans. They have, I don't know why they are so looked down upon. I have no idea what they have done because the Democrats have ruined the state. So I don't know why they've got this thing on the Republicans. So this is what I don't understand about Massachusetts. I just don't understand the voter, why they keep voting in the Democrats. What have they done to deserve to get reelected over and over and over again?
They don't deserve it at all to get reelected.
No, they don't. But I don't understand why they keep getting reelected. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. I can't logically, I just can't put anything together in my brain. Why do they keep voting in the Democrats other than because they're Democrats? just
Yeah.
because they're voting party line. That's it. I don't think they're looking at their policies. I don't think they're looking to see what they have done. And Elizabeth Warren, I think, is a great example. What has she done for the state of Massachusetts?
Elizabeth Warren. Oh my God.
Nobody likes her. Nobody likes her.
Nobody does.
Except for the people in Massachusetts that keep voting her in. Nobody else likes her.
I mean,
she.
why do they keep voting these people in? What do they think they're going to keep getting the same? They're going to get a different results? No, the results they're always going to be the same results with the Democrats all the time, always.
Yeah, it's
Nothing
always the
different.
same.
Unless you vote in a Republican, then you're going to get different results.
No, not in
probably
Massachusetts.
not even that.
No, this is the problem with Massachusetts. Even if you put in a Republican, they're most likely liberals. They're going to work with the liberals. When Charlie Baker was the governor, the liberals loved him. They loved that he mandated the masks, that he mandated closing down of businesses. He mandated the jabs. They loved it, which for me right there was a sign that this guy is a rhino. He's really a liberal because he's putting in their policies what he wants, what they want. That's what they wanted, and he gave it to them. And we did the standouts in Swampscott, not me, but other people standing out in front of his house saying to open up the businesses. I was saying the same thing. Why are you closing down the businesses? Open them up. He wouldn't do it.
No.
He wouldn't do it. And Keneally is the one that is running against Maura Healey. They're one and the same.
I think they are both of them.
They're one and the same because Keneally, who was in charge of economic development, shut down those businesses. If he really cared about economic development in Massachusetts, he would have left them open, or not to the point where they're still feeling the repercussions today of the businesses closing down, the mom and pop stores, not the big businesses.
It's
but
the mom and pop stores that they're closing
stores.
down. That's what they're doing.
They're getting rid of the small businesses, which is what, to me, is communism. Because the communists don't want you to have small businesses. They just want these units where they're going to stuff everybody in there and they're going to control them. There's going to be rent that people are not going to be able to afford in Massachusetts because now a 1-bedroom is over $2,000. So you mean to tell me illegals are going to be able to pay rent of $2,000 a month? No, that's impossible. So the taxpayer is going to end up paying for it. Mm-hmm. They can't even pay for their own, so let alone that they're now going to pay for the illegals as well. That's what I'm saying when it's not sustainable. This can't, and that's why Maura Healey keeps trying to figure out ways to raise more money, which is to raise more taxes. That's how the Democrats are. They're always raising taxes on people. And they're being double, triple, quadruple taxed on everything. And prices are high. So it's not easy to live in Massachusetts.
No, it's not. But what does it mean? Annalisa, what does it mean when she says, when she raises tax on excise taxes or something? What does that mean? I mean, because that's what she said before.
The excise tax is a tax on cars.
Yeah.
So if you own a car in Massachusetts, every year you're going to get an excise tax bill from the city or town hall that you live in. Mm-hmm. And depending on how much your car is worth or how they assess it, so if it's a newer car, the excise taxes are going to be higher. If it's an older car, the excise taxes are going to be lower. So an excise tax is a luxury tax. That's what it means. So at one point, Massachusetts, when people started getting cars, it was considered a luxury. And so they got taxed but they kept it. Okay, so now it's not a luxury anymore; it's a necessity.
It's
So you
not.
it's a necessity now,
Yeah.
but they kept the taxes. So what she wants to do is tax the excise tax,
Oh, that's what that means.
double tax. She wants to double tax the cars. I don't know if you noticed, but the Democrats love to tax transportation and
Oh, yeah.
and education. Those are the two big things that they go after for money, because that's where the money is. Okay. So they're always, Maura Healey, every time she announces some kind of project, it is always on transportation. It's bridges that they got to fix, but the streets are never fixed, full of potholes, horrible in some parts. And that's it. That's the only, those two areas are the biggest things for the Democrats, because that's where the money is. The unions, the teachers, and unions, and then she's upset now as well as Wu that President Trump is going to now defund the school monies that go, the federal monies that go to the state. So now she's going to have to figure out, Healey is going to have to figure out a way how to make that up. That money that she's going to lose, as she counted on to do whatever she wanted to do for the state, now she's not going to have it. So she's scrambling, and she wants to tax this, that, and the other thing. So she's punishing the state who voted for Biden for the shortfall that President Trump said he's not going to do. So you got, Massachusetts is not going to cooperate with President Trump.
And the other thing too, about the audit. I mean, remember the audit passed at 72%.
Yeah.
And now they don't want they don't want it. I mean, it's
no, it's not. No, the people want it. It's Beacon Hill that doesn't want to do it.
No, I don't know. Because I know that the audit passed at 72%, because I voted for it. That's why.
All right.
And now that comes into question. How come they don't want it? You know what I'm saying?
My question is, what are they afraid we're going to find?
That's more the question. What are they afraid of?
I mean, because the audit finds everything. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's that makes the audit now is making me suspicious because of what I found out today about Diana DeVarlio, I think her name is. She's supposed to conduct the state audit. Yeah.
What's troubling me about that is that this CCP guy, is on the team. He is on that team. Okay, so yeah, the CCP man, Wu, that is, I think it's YU. He's the one that raised money for Michelle Wu and Maura Healey. He is on the transition team for the state audit. So if she conducts an audit, he's gonna know.
Holy conflict of interest.
He's gonna know, because I don't know if that pertains to him, because he's not on that board. Like he's not in Beacon Hill. He knows all these people. I don't know. I don't know how that works. It's like Elon Musk with Doge.
I wish they do bring Doge down here.
I don't know how that works. She could be right, but I don't know. But right now they don't want to conduct the audit. And if they do, that guy that works for the Communist Party is going to know everything that goes on in Massachusetts. He's going to know. He's going to know Maybe he does know what it is anyway, because he knows who he can influence. But Beacon Hill won't do it, even though the people see this is the problem. You've got the people that are going by the Constitution and how it works in the United States. But the problem is that you've got the government that's not doing it. The government of Massachusetts is not going by the Constitution. They're going by socialism and communism. So now you've got frustrated people that 3/4 of them voted for it. They want it, but the government is like, no, we don't want to do it. So we're not going to listen to you. This is the same thing in Swampscott. It's the same thing. They're not listening to the constituents.
They need to be fired.
What?
I mean,
If this is a private industry and your employees were behaving like this, there'd be no question of booting them out.
Yes, and they should, but I don't understand why they're not booted out. I don't understand why the people in Massachusetts keep voting in for these same people over and over and over again. Now you've got tyranny now. You've got a dictatorship there. And Swampscott too, and I've been talking about it for a long time. So Swampscott has the same problem. And the problem to me is that the people don't see it. So the more they don't see it, the worse it's going to get, because they keep getting the propaganda they keep believing. They don't see it. And a recent example was in Swampscott, where this man posted on one of the web pages in Swampscott about he was criticizing one of the candidates that wanted to be on the board. He put it on a post, and this woman came on and said and actually accused him of bullying her.
ooh.
Yeah, and it's like, no, that's the First Amendment. Yeah, now it's bullying. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is the free speech. This is the First Amendment that people like they're trying to I don't know if they're trying to shut it down, but it's like, how dare you say something about her that I don't agree with you? So now you're bullying. This seems like bullying, because most people agreed with this man who was criticizing this woman. And she said it was bullying. I'm like, no, this is the First Amendment. She's running for public office. This is what happens. They have a right. They have a right to criticize a candidate, because they're going to be voting for somebody. They have to know what she does. And if they don't like her, they have a right to say that. But this woman was like, no, this is bullying.
She had nothing to stand on. So she used a personal attack to shut down any rational discourse.
Yes, but that's what they're doing. Okay, this is the MO that they're using to shut people up so that you don't oppose them, which goes against the First Amendment and the Constitution. And I said, and I replied to somebody, and I said, if this post was about President Trump, you wouldn't be calling it bullying.
Oh, it's double standards.
It's double
Right.
standards. That's what it is.
So it's free speech if you agree with them, but it's bullying if you don't. So this
Well, I ain't gonna agree with them because I know it's bullying. So
Oh,
yeah, so I'm not gonna agree with them because
well,
I
no,
know
it's not,
bullying.
because
there's a social media
she's-
platform out there that shuts people down with false
Yeah.
accusations, threatening violence, even when the members did not commit the offense. And instead of preserving the comment that they claim that you offended with, so you can take from it for your own defense, they delete it and take it away. It's like a prosecutor who was holding exculpatory evidence from a defense counsel. And
Yeah,
I call that out as wrong.
Yeah, that is wrong, and that's
Well, that is, you know what it is? It's Reddit. That's what it is. You ever hear the Reddit?
well, they all do it. It's all they
What
react.
happens? The bots will flag things. They'll take a comment that has nothing to do with what they're accusing, and they'll twist and they'll twist it, and you try to peel it. They go circular reasoning, and they don't even come back with any coherent reasons to why they decided what they did.
That you know, to talk about the First Amendment and you know, with the communists in the government in Massachusetts. I mean, they're everywhere, and that's just not that state. But Massachusetts is bad. Massachusetts has a problem with that. I think there's a major problem with that state with the Communist Party. Harvard is said to be like China because so many the Chinese like send so much money to Harvard that they are like communists.
Why is Harvard even allowed to accept it?
What?
Why is Harvard even allowed to accept it?
I don't know.
I don't even know why. Why do they accept stuff like that? You know
President Trump just withdrew funds for Harvard over $2 billion.
Ooh.
Harvard and schools do not need federal money. Okay, I don't know why the federal government is subsidizing these universities. They don't need it because they don't get taxed. So whatever money they get, endowments or whatever, I think Harvard has like $50 billion. Why do they need $2 billion of tax money? They don't.
They don't need the $2 billion. No, you're right.
No, they don't. And you know what? Not only should all federal monies stop subsidizing these universities, they should also all get taxed. Why are they not taxed? Because they're an educational institution. Is that why they're not taxed?
And how many of them are actual educators?
They have so much money. These people, the Ivy Leagues have tons of money. They don't need federal subsidized money. They don't need it. They don't have to have it. But President Trump is not giving it to them now. And now Obama is screaming that that's illegal.
And now President Trump is a bad person because he's not giving them federal money.
He's a stingy uncle and won't help you out.
Yeah, so this is now going to be another controversy because nobody's ever done it. So there's another thing that President Trump has done, which should have been done a long time ago, but he's doing it. And Obama is now getting involved in it. And also the Harvard, law professors are all into it. He can't do that. He can do that. He can.
So it's no going to be business as usual.
Yeah. So this money, I don't know why they're screaming about it and why they have to have it. But this is the greed. This is the corruption that is going on with the government, with the money that they have, that they bring in, and that they they disperse. And with Biden, it was a free for all.
Oh,
here you go. I mean, look, Doge is finding all this.
Look at even with the open borders, and people were still coming in. Remember when Biden opened the open borders, when people were coming in? And
that's money. That's
like
federal.
And my daughter had a mistake for a hospital for herself and her son. She was waiting for years to get a place.
Yeah, federal money.
People ahead of our people who need housing.
Yeah, but see, they don't. This is what people don't understand. The game that the politicians play, especially the Democrats. They want to control. Period. Okay, they will do anything to get into power, to control everything. That's how they are. These people are not true Americans. They are the Communist Party, and maybe even Islamists now are in on it too. You got in Texas 2 mosques that are being built by the Islamists that are going to have like their own community, and they're trying to stop it. So now you've got that problem too in this country. In Buffalo, New York,
we can't have competing systems of law.
They are blasting Islamist prayers on the speakers during a certain time of day in Buffalo, New York. So you got that problem too. They want to take over this country, and I'm telling you, they're not going to stop. Okay, the American people don't understand, like they don't see this, or they don't want to see it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it is, because it's happening. I mean, look at Massachusetts and with all the communists that are there, and people still vote in the Democrats. And they're still voting in the rhinos as well, but they're going to vote for the Democrat over the rhino, right? Because they think they're a Republican.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, they really aren't, but that's what's going to happen. And this just gets worse, and it gets worse. And the more they don't see it, the more they like that. They want you in the dark. The Communist Party does not want people to know what is really going on. They don't. They don't want you to know. Why do you think they go after people that are trying to tell others what is really going on? They want you to shut up. They don't want people to know what is really happening, especially in Massachusetts.
Well, Massachusetts is the worst. You know?
One of the tax analysts is fear mongering. They're even circulating false reports that Trump is going to deport American citizens. Give me a break.
Trump is not going to deport American citizens.
Well,
Trump is going to support the illegal aliens.
Right, but see, this is the problem. You know, propaganda. This is the problem.
Finding people to complying and falling in line, just like they did during the scandemic.
Right. So that, again, the media is in on this, and that's another part that people don't see. So because of the fear mongering, people believe it. And that's another tactic that they use.
Oh, you're going to lose your Social Security. You're going to lose your medical coverage.
Right.
Oh, you're going to lose your food stamps. You're going to lose all this. You know, I mean, this is all fear mongering going on.
You'll close your Social Security offices. No, those are call centers that didn't serve the public.
That's what I'm saying too.
They want people to come into the office reports.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. The media is in on this. So you've got the government and the media, they're working. The media is helping to promote this socialism, communism. They're globalists. In Swampscott, I said that the developer, one of the developers that are there, is a globalist company from Washington, D.C., whose main interest is Israel. Like, why does Swampscott have this company from DC whose primary objective is Israel? The money that was used to build these units is going to Israel? How does this make any sense?
It don't make any sense at all.
And then you have to put into the fold of it that the Communist Party is involved, because now we know that Michelle Wu has people around her that are communists that are helping her get elected and reelected. And now she's involved in Swampscott as well, because you've got board members there that work with Michelle Wu.
You recall that she was in front of a congressional, in front of Congress with few other American mayors, asked how much she spent on undocumented migrants. Let's air quotes. She couldn't give an answer. Not acceptable, not excuse.
What about that city councilor in Boston too? That's up on corruption charges.
Yeah, she got arrested.
What was her name?
I forget, and she quit. She said, I read that she quit. But that's because the feds got involved, okay? Because like in Swampscott, during the COVID time, I think COVID was a test to see how far the Communist Party could push the American people. They wanted to see if the American people fell for this tyranny, the mandates, and the fear mongering that they had done. And I always said that in Massachusetts, it worked really well. It did. In the liberal cities, it worked really well. They wanted it. Okay, they wanted it. The other ones that were more conservative didn't buy into it. But the Democrats that ran the cities, everybody fell for it. They all did it. They all did what they were told to do. And that's what the Communist Party wants. They tell you to do something and they want you to do it, no questions asked. Okay, so it's dangerous. It's dangerous. And
it is dangerous. Yeah.
And again, I just don't see people in particular in Massachusetts. I just don't see that. They don't see it.
Yeah.
In Swampscott, the people that I know that fell for the fear mongering still don't see it. They can't. They're blinded. I don't know what it is. The fear has just blinded.
I still see people walk around in masks. I see people walking in
the market.
Oh my God! Hey, look at this. I work in a market. Okay, I work in a market. I don't say anything, but I work in a market. I see people wear masks all the time. Even we'll get to the Fall River bus station in a minute because I know you want to know about that one. Even at the bus station, okay, they wear a mask on their face and stuff. It's like, why are you wearing a mask for? I mean,
because, they hear
or something. Maybe you're sick.
Because they hear it in the media. They hear the bird flu. They hear about, maybe they mention COVID. You better watch out. If you've got this, you're going to catch it. If you don't have the jab, if your boosters aren't up to date, you better watch it because it's going to kill you. This is all also to make money for big pharma.
And Elisa, look, I got a cold. Watch out.
I was watching, I watched the Three Stooges, and that was done back in the 30s, I think, is when it became popular, the 40s. And I'm watching them, and they're like spitting their saliva on their face. And it's like, that would never happen now. The things that they did back then, never, how close they get up to each other and they, breath to breath. I bet you anything that's probably gone now in the movies. Like, they don't get close to each other. You can't kiss her or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's all changed because of that. They're all commies. These people are globalists. They're communists. They want the power. That's all they care about.
That's what she's saying right now.
I know. Eric Dias said something. He says, I think they need to terrorize the police at that transit police at the bus station.
Well, we're not the topic.
We're not there yet to talk about that right now. It'll come up as we go along.
Yeah, hold on.
That's not our house, is it?
No.
Is that beeping in your kitchen, Annalisa?
What?
Is that beeping from your kitchen?
Yes.
Yeah, it's beeping from her kitchen.
Yeah, and the police, speaking of the police, like I said, in Swampscott, they took a knee. And Boston, they're doing the same thing. They are being
public.
Michelle Wu is their boss. So if Michelle Wu tells them not to arrest someone, they're not going to.
So they'll break the oath to protect the public just to placate her.
Well, she's the boss. They have to. If they don't, they'll probably get fired. But with the drug dealers, they can't arrest them. Michelle Wu said you can't arrest them. So the police have turned their back now if they see drug dealings going on the street.
Yeah, well, Michelle Wu needs to be voted out too.
She's corrupt.
Yeah, because she's so corrupt, and she's letting people do what they want, and
feeling sorry.
No, she's not. No,
For Diane Bolden, who's running after people
If an ordinary citizen did anything in Boston that was against the law, they would get arrested. It's the illegals that don't get arrested. This is on purpose.
Oh, her favorites, her pets.
This is done purposely so that they're trying to ruin the city. They're going to start with like in Swampscott, they're going to start small and then they're going to expand. And so now that Michelle Wu is the mayor, now that she's going to be like a little puppet practically, especially if they get her back in and she's reelected and they help her raise money, forget it. That's it. So the police, you can't trust either, is my point.
No, you can't trust the police anymore. Well, we're going to get to that too.
Yeah.
And anybody who says that it wasn't as bad under Baker, I don't want to hear it. Don't forget what he did either.
Again, that's another mistake. See, that's what I'm saying. The perception that people have is warped. They want to believe that they can have somebody, a political leader, that that's supposed to do what they're supposed to do for the constituents, and they think Baker was somebody like that. And I totally disagree. I don't think that he was. He was for the liberals. Whatever.
He was for the liberals, and that's why
he was for the liberals.
Yeah, he wasn't a real Republican.
Saying that it was better under Baker is really a terrible assessment. Why? Because he kept everybody under lock and key.
Yeah.
Okay, so businesses shut down, mandates were enforced. How is that better?
Travel bans were enforced.
Yeah. How is that 6 feet? You had to be 6 feet. How is that better? How is that better?
The whole thing about stopping it was also communicating with each other and compare notes what was going on.
I don't understand.
Did you know that social distancing used to be called? It was actually a form of torture using the CIA, isolating prisoners. It's a torture tactic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See how do you understand what I'm saying? How people are I don't know how they do it. The propaganda and the rhetoric, they're so good at it. The communists, they're so good at it that people don't even realize that it's happening, and the media helps them out. So this is what people don't understand, or they don't want to believe that it is happening, but it is happening. And the more they deny it, the worse it's going to get. It's just going to.
I agree.
Maura Healey, Michelle Wu, and the others who are not going to comply with President Trump is going to make it even worse.
Well, Maura Healey's not going to comply. She's not going to comply with the deportation with the illegal aliens. She's not. I mean, we all know that because she's already said it. Her and Elizabeth Warren said that
that's a federal offense.
They're not going to. She's not going to comply. She already said she ain't going to comply. But check this out. But President Trump said, that if Governor Maura Healey don't comply, the governors don't comply, well, they're gonna be arrested too. You know what I'm saying? If they don't comply, because
I'm waiting for that. Okay, I'm still waiting for Michelle Wu to be investigated by Congress. She should be under arrest. Maura Healey.
Well, I want her to be under arrest. Honestly, I'll tell you, Annalisa, I'll tell you. I want the FBI should be in there investigating Governor Maura Healey, Mayor Wu, and the rest of
and Swampscott.
David, the bar for leadership in this state has been set so low that we're limbering under it in hell.
That's another thing that I don't understand either is the law, and how is it that these people, like Michelle Wu and Maura Healey get away with what they're doing, they are breaking the law. So how is it that they're still where they are? They still have positions of power. Why are they allowed to continue to do what they're doing when they're destroying Michelle Wu and the Communist Party? They are destroying Boston. I mean, you still have the illegals there. They won't arrest the drug dealers. So now that's on the street as well. But if somebody beats somebody up and you're not an illegal or you're not a drug dealer, the Boston police will come after you.
Yeah.
If what happened in Fall River, and you said they had the video and they were looking at it, if they see that an illegal is involved, they won't do anything. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. See, this is the problem. I don't know if Fall River does the same thing. I don't know, but
I'm going to deny that there's a problem with crime here.
Mayor Paul Coogan denies that there's a crime here. He denies everything. Mayor Paul Coogan, he does it all the time. He denies it. You know.
Well, again, yeah. See, again, how does that help make the city safe?
That's a problem. I'm surprised he can walk.
Mayor Paul Coogan, yeah, he denies everything. Mayor Paul Coogan, you know, when you mention crime to him, okay, there's no crime in the city. And Elisa, I have a scanner
all the time.
I have a scanner, and my scanner goes off all the time. There's stabbing, shootings, there's abduction, there's a lot of things going on in the city. Okay,
yeah, all the time.
Just in a bus terminal today, Linda and I, we were at the bus terminal. We were waiting for Jake, and I'm sitting I'm sitting inside. I'm facing the window. Linda's gonna
the bench, back against the window, facing toward David.
And I
away from the cook's window.
And hold on, well, watch this. And and all of a sudden I hear Linda. They're banging up against the window. So I looked over.
The window was vibrating. I thought it was going to break.
The window was so shaken. I looked and I saw the security guard over there. And the security guard was trying to break them up. And then I walked out. And all of a sudden, I see the other one. They pushed the security guard. He fell down. He banged his head. Okay, he banged his head on the cement. Okay, I sent you pictures. And I sent you a video too. And he went to St. Anne's Hospital. By the time the cops came, I had to get. I walked into the terminal. I says, hey. I said, look, we got the security guards down on the ground over here. Where's the cops? Where's the paramedics? So I called 911 and I said, look at this. Okay. I said, well, are you guys on the way? I said, we need a paramedics. We need the paramedics. We need the police up here right now because security guards on the ground. Okay. Now, So I went up to one of the adults, young adults. I says, hey, look, somebody was taking a video over here. I says, I want that video, okay, I want the video. And I didn't do it. I wasn't involved with this. Bullshit, you wasn't. Sure, you wasn't involved. Come on.
And my grandmother was
if I had every dollar, okay, that these young adults say that they didn't do anything wrong, I'd be a millionaire.
So how is it enforced? Is the law enforced in Fall River, or they just let them go? It's like something like what happened.
Well, what happens is what they do is when stuff like that, when a fight breaks out at the terminal like that. Yeah. First, when the police come, they go to the garage. They go to Suter's garage, okay. And what they do is, they check the videos. They look at the videos to see who's involved, and to see what happened. And then later on,
they have security cameras at the bus terminal.
Yes, everywhere, outside, inside. Okay. So right now they're investigating it now. So, and plus, I already presented to the school committee already, and I told us because I know Colin Dias at the school committee. He's really good at things, and I represented the picture and the video, and he said that Colin Dias said that school committee man Colin Dias said. He's going to see if he can put it on agenda on the city council, so that way I can go over there and we can go over there and we can go and speak on it.
Are they
Because
high
it's getting really out of hand.
Are they high school kids?
Oh, they're Durfee High School kids. I mean,
Well, if they're high school kids, I think they can look into it and find out who they are because they should be punished.
Well, they should be punished for this. And look what they did to the security guard.
That's what I mean.
When the security guard fell and banged it and banged the head, he banged his head. Now I think the parents should be paying because you don't know.
High school kid's not going to make a meaningful income. Well, have the parents pay compensation for his medical, his lost wages, and let them get on their off. Be okay. So I can pay this. No, I'm going to take this away from you to compensate. I have to lose.
Well, are they?
I think the parents should be paying for the security guard's medical. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if
he's
they're
there
minors,
to make money.
yes.
He's
If they're
there to make
minors,
money,
yeah.
and he's there to support his family. Okay, and
Yeah,
he was in the middle of breaking it up. That's his job.
The thing is what another thing that concerns me too is when 4 or 5 years ago when this BLM crap started, which was with the Communist Party, the thing that worries me are the police, and they don't enforce the laws because that's what happened in Swampscott, because Swampscott had issues as well, and the police turned their back on the residents of that town. Okay, so they were siding with BLM, the communists. Okay,
You're siding with the criminals.
They always side with the criminals. What do you want?
So, but again, the perception that people have is that the police are there to protect us. So they fall back on the police, and I don't think that that's a good idea.
It's
I
public
don't
betrayal.
think
It's
you can
public.
trust.
It's public betrayal. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't. It's in the Constitution, there is no police force. It's just the sheriff's department.
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
That's right.
Okay,
Agreed.
so the police, we're getting taxed to pay the police and the firemen, but in the Constitution, there is no police force. So we shouldn't even have a police force. We should have our own guns, and we have a sheriff department. Now, that's another issue. In Massachusetts, they keep making stricter and stricter laws. Now that you've got Maura Healey and Michelle Wu, who are communists, they're going to try to take
both of them are communists.
they're going to take the guns away, because that's what the Democrat Party does. They want to abolish the Second Amendment so that we do not have any way to protect ourselves.
And how historically did all government, how historically, Annalisa, did all government,
All government, what?
forward here,
I mean,
all government perpetrated genocide how they all start historically.
well, I mean,
Stripping the populace of the ability to defend itself against tyranny. They all begin
well,
the same way.
see, this is the plan, okay? This is what, again, people don't see this, like in Massachusetts. They think it's a great idea to take guns away from people. They are all for it. A lot of people will refuse to carry a gun, which is what they want, which is what the Communist Party wants, because if heaven forbid, it ever gets to a point where they are able to go into Boston or Massachusetts or whatever and take over, nobody's going to have any way to protect themselves. Because
you're working something into communism, but you have to shoot your way out.
right. So luckily, again, the Second Amendment upholds in this country, but you have politicians like the Democrats in Massachusetts that keep saying that gun violence, they keep talking about gun violence, they keep talking about mass shootings, and people have this idea that it's the gun's fault that these things happen. Okay, that's another propaganda method that they use, and people are like, yeah, no, you shouldn't have guns, you got to have more restrictions, you got to do this, this is what they want. They're playing right into the hands of the
economy.
And where do these incidents happen in these so-called gun-free zones where people are allowed to defend themselves?
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. This is the government doing this. This is the government that's doing this. So
the government, we got to blame the government. That's why we have to hold them accountable, because we have to blame the government, because they're the ones that are doing all this.
They're not being held accountable because people keep voting in the same people. And they're getting to do whatever they want. So people like you, like me, and others that stand by the Constitution, they don't like us. They don't like us.
They don't like us because we don't fall for the lies.
Right. So, but we're the troublemakers.
Oh, yeah. They think we're the troublemakers, but we're not the troublemakers. They're the troublemakers.
We're the problem.
Like I see it back in 2020, 2021.
Yeah.
Drivers left passengers on without face covering. But the minute a Karen of a passenger we're going to be, not wearing a mask, the driver turned and attacked the passenger.
Exactly. Right. So the people that do not comply or did not comply at the time are the troublemakers. You're selfish. You don't care about anybody else.
You're gonna kill grandma.
You're gonna kill.
Grandma's gonna die of COVID.
Right. So there's the propaganda. That's a great example. That's
grandma's been isolated, not allowed to see her loved ones.
The fear. It starts out with the fear, and then it blows up. Although you don't care, you're going to kill everybody because you didn't take the jab. Well, if you took the jab, why are you worried about somebody that didn't? You should be
protected. Why are you worried about me?
Right.
Why
do you see
about my choices?
The logic is just not there. It doesn't make sense. It's propaganda. And they don't think. They're not thinking. I remember during that time, I went into Whole Foods, and it did not say outside on the window or the sliding glass doors that you had to wear a mask. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to wear one. So I went in there, and everybody was wearing a mask, but I wasn't. And of course, I was confronted first by an employee that said I had to wear a mask. And I said, no, I don't. There's no sign out there that says I have to wear a mask. And I kept going, and I'm at the frozen food section, and this woman, I had the mask in my pocketbook, but I decided not to take it out. Of course, I looked weird because I was the only one that didn't have one and a mascot. So she comes up to me, this is a customer, somebody that was shopping there. And this is how bold they are, these people. They don't care. She came right up to me and said, don't you have a mask? And I said, yeah. Well, why aren't you wearing it? I said, because I don't want to. Well, you have to do that. I go, no, I don't. I don't have to. I don't have to do anything. Oh, well, what do you think? You're like, you can just do whatever you want. And I look and I go, yeah, I can. I can do whatever I want.
Show me the law on the books, chapter, section, etc.
Exactly. So I keep going. She can't make me wear one, right? So I keep going. And I got another employee that says, you got to wear a mask. I said, no, I don't. I don't have to wear one. I don't have to do anything.
So the statute on the state's books And if your company has a policy that forces you to do that, and
I don't go.
Well, then your policy is illegal.
Right. And so, but if they're going to be like that, and they imposed another mask mandate at some point in that state, I refused to go and support any businesses that had these mandates that you had to wear a mask when you went into to do your food shopping. I'm like, I'm not wearing one. Why do I have to wear one? The only place that I could find in Massachusetts at the time where I did not have to wear a mask was Middleton. Middleton, wow. Massachusetts was the only place on the North Shore, which is in my vicinity, that I could go to do food shopping, and I didn't have to wear a mask. They did not mandate it. Okay.
Do you know, Annalisa?
What?
When they were telling you had to wear a mask to go to the post office, to go to federal buildings, to go to transportation, to go to markets. Here's the thing about masks. The FDA considers mask a medical device. For any public accommodation to say you have to cover your face with a piece of fabric, whatever, to access it, that is a crime of practicing medicine without a license.
Right.
Hey, did you
There's
know?
also civil rights.
That's right.
Civil rights.
Yep.
Title 64, the civil title, what do you call it? 60, the civil rights of 64.
Yep.
About access to public accommodation. They shouldn't discriminate against you and treat you assuming that you're carrying a virus you don't carry. And then you have to test for this. You got to test. You got to do the test. Oh, you got to quarantine. So basically, you were healthy. You never could win. You have to be proven innocent.
Hey, did you know that Stop and Shop took down all the plastic that was up? They took it all down, all the plastic.
What good did it do anyway?
What do you?
So it's only more surface for germs to cling to.
They took they took down the plastic.
You know, I don't know if you noticed this, but I think I have. In Massachusetts, there is one store that is going up, and that is Trader Joe's. Those are the only.
We're getting.
I forget where.
Trader Joe's is actually linked to Aldi Nord, the North German Aldi. That's what Trader Joe's is named in the United States.
What I want to say is that the businesses that continue to thrive are the grocery stores. So when businesses were shut down during COVID, obviously the grocery stores were not, okay, because people had to get their food, and liquor stores weren't. And they're okay to stay open. And marijuana dispensaries are okay too, because in Swampscott they don't touch the marijuana dispensaries, but they'll get rid of all the other ones, and they'll keep the liquor stores. That just goes to show you what they're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? You know what you know. This is when in Swampscott, when they got rid of the convenience store there, they put up a marijuana dispensary. That they won't touch. They won't tear that down. They won't do that with the marijuana or the liquor stores. Like they won't do those. But the
population,
the ones that the businesses that thrive and are doing okay are the grocery stores. That's it.
And,
I don't know of any like in Massachusetts. I know Bertucci's closed down in Swampscott.
Yep.
I was talking to somebody about it, and they were like, "What? What do you mean? You mean Bertucci's closed down? Really? These people are clueless. Okay, they don't even know what's going on in their own town. They don't even know what is happening. They're already starting construction in the downtown area. I'll call it the downtown area of Swampscott. They're already starting construction with the cement brick on top of a liquor store, which I think are going to be more units. Somebody said, "Oh, they're expanding." I go, "What are you talking about? There's going to be more units. They're expanding," and it's like, I'm like, they have
more units.
See, this is how they want you. They want you to be clueless so that they can just do whatever they want, because that's what's happening. Like in Swampscott, they're just doing whatever they want.
Is that what Mayor Paul Coogan's doing out here with all this market rate housing?
Yeah.
But all this market rate housing, and he doesn't not want affordable housing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, every time we mention affordable housing,
yeah.
he doesn't want it. He don't want it. He always wants market rate housing all the time.
But that's good. But that's what you want. That's what you want. You don't want affordable housing. He's right. You don't want affordable housing. You want market rate housing. Because what's going on, like in Swampscott, they keep talking about affordable housing. That's fixed. That is fixed by the government. Like the government's all involved in that. Market rate, the market, like in Swampscott, for instance, a 1-bedroom rents out for over $2,000 now. So because the government is now all involved in the rentals and the housing, nothing is competitive anymore. All the rates are the same. In Swampscott, all the rates are the same. So your mayor saying that he wants market is right. He's right, because there'll be competition with the landlords that have these units, and one landlord could charge $1,500 for a 1-bedroom, and somebody else could charge $1,800. Okay, but in Swampscott, that's not happening. They're all the same. The rates are all the same. There is no market value anymore. There's no competition.
But see, all that. What I'm trying to say is that market rate housing is creating homeless market rate housing. It's creating homeless.
Well, no. How is it, if affordable housing that they call affordable housing in Swampscott is over $2,000 for 1 bedroom? How is the market rate doing that? It's fixed. These rates are fixed, and there's no competition. So of course, somebody who doesn't make a lot of money is already not going to be able to go into Swampscott or other places where they have these fixed rates. But if you have a market rate like your mayor wants, it sounds like your mayor. But I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, he might be someone. I want to look into him a little bit more. He might be somebody that is going against the grain of what is going on in that state, and you need that. You need to have that kind of leadership in that state, because market rates and competition are going out the window. He's right about that. He's right. Don't go against him on that. He's right. Affordable housing is not the correct term. When they say affordable housing, that doesn't mean that the government is going to make the rates go down so that people that can't afford it are going to be able to go in. That's not what it means. That's not what it means. Affordable housing means that when they make these units and they put up these units, affordable housing is they take the median income of the community. So in Swampscott, let's just say that the median income is $100,000. So people make $100,000 for a living. Okay, that's how much they make. Let's just say that that's the average salary of what somebody makes in Swampscott. So the affordable housing comes in and says to the people that don't make $100,000, they make 50, 60, 70, then they're going to come in and they're going to help them. The government will help them pay for the rent. but they have to have a job. They have to have a salary. Affordable housing is not government housing. It's not public housing. It's not the government. It's not Section 8 where the government pays the whole thing. That's not what that means. Yeah, do you get it? Affordable housing does not mean
I'm going to try it.
that people that make less than $50,000 a year in Massachusetts, which is considered poor in that state, if you make less than 50,000, affordable housing doesn't mean that you're going to be able to go into Swampscott and be able to get an apartment. That's
Well, he supports his rich friends, though. You know what I'm saying? The mayor of the city of Fall River, Mayor Paul Coogan, he supports his rich friends. And, you know, he does more for his rich friends than he does for us.
Well, but if he's for market value, but if he's for a market, then I agree with him because that makes competition. So if somebody who's making $50,000 a year in Fall River and Paul Coogan, the mayor, puts in this free market on these units, they might be able to get in because they'll be able to afford it. So the landlord can say, okay, well, I can give this 1-bedroom apartment, or not give it, but charge $1,000 a month for an apartment, and somebody who's making $50,000 could afford that. You know what I mean?
Good boy.
Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So if you have a market value of an apartment, that's how it used to be before the government came into the picture. It used to be that way, but now it's not like that anymore. So your mayor is right about that. He's right. It should be market value, not affordable housing, because now you're going to get tyranny. You're going to get rates that are fixed, and nobody's going to be able to get in it. Nobody's going to be able to get in.
But what about the elderly, the elderly that are on a fixed income? I mean, and what about like disabled
That's
people, like
different.
disabled?
Yeah, but that's different. That's not the same. You know, that's not affordable. That they can't. There is no way somebody who's disabled or elderly that's on a fixed income is going to be able to go into affordable housing. There's no way, because they don't have a salary. It's not high enough. It's not high enough. So they're not going to get into affordable housing. They're going to have to go into something else like public housing, or like what we call the projects in Swampscott, public assistance, where I think the government is more involved in that, where there's more government funds. That's where they're going to go.
Well, we also have federal housing out here too. So the federal housing would be the projects.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Federal housing would be the projects.
That's where they would go.
Yeah.
Now, somebody who's disabled is different too. I mean, who knows what their disability is? It depends on what it is.
Yeah, and another thing I like to get into, but I want to know what you think about Kelly Fernando of the police chief, that was the intern, the police chief.
In Fall River?
Yeah. And she
Oh, she.
yeah,
Okay, it's a she.
That's why I'm asking you.
Okay.
Kelly Fernando. Okay. Well,
Okay.
Kelly Capado. Okay. She's an intern of the Fall River, Fall River Police Department. She's the chief. Okay. And and she was a police officer for 35 years.
Wow.
35 years before Garvin and the other two police chiefs, the other two that we had. And and when our ex-police officer got caught in that sting in Boston, they with the with the prostitution and the little girl and the girls and stuff, and he had cocaine in his car. You know, I've always believed. I believe in this. Okay, he should have been held without bail. Okay, he should have been, because that's a heavy charge. He should have been held without bail. He should have never got off on a $5,000 bail.
Yeah, you're in Boston though, so it's not. They're not going to be tough on these people.
So Kelly Furtado, the police chief, she said, "Look," she says, she joint forces with the with the chief up there, and she says, "Well, we're going to join forces up there with the chief, and she's going to the Fall River Police Department going to cooperate, huh?"
Why is Fall River being involved?
Well,
with
because one of our cops got caught in a sting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so one of our cops got caught in a sting, and he had cocaine in his car.
Okay.
He had booze in his car, and he pleaded not guilty too. But my opinion, I think this is what I think. Okay, that he should have been held without bail.
But he's on the police. Is he an active policeman?
He went on leave. He went on paid leave. He says, "I have business to do. I'm going on paid leave." And I guess this is what this is what the results was over here.
So he's working for the police force in Fall River before he
was
got
working
caught?
with the police force in Fall River, but he went on paid leave.
Okay, but still he's getting paid, so that means he was working with the police force. Okay, go ahead.
But he got caught in Boston on a because Boston police was doing a sting operation, and he got caught with that.
Okay.
And so so Boston had to call the Fall River Police Department, right? And call the chief, and the chief says, "Look, Kelly Furtado." She said, "Look, we don't tolerate that stuff here. Okay, that stuff is acceptable over here."
Right.
And now, she did everything she can. Okay, she got in touch with the IEB. The IEB, they're investigating it, and what else? And now the district attorney's investigating now. Because of him getting
he's a policeman. Because he's a policeman.
Because he's a cop. So because he's a police officer, he gets off on a $5,000 bail. Right? A $5,000 bail. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Where he
imagine.
could have been held without bail, pending trial.
Now, is it because he was found with cocaine and alcohol?
Because he got caught. Because he got caught on the because he got caught in a sting operation. Okay, with the in a sting operation.
The sting operation was about what, though?
Sex trafficking.
Okay. So
it was about sex trafficking. Yes, it was about sex trafficking.
Okay.
And he had cocaine in there in his car. He had booze in his car and everything. And I strongly believe, okay, that the Justice Department, okay, which is, I don't know if you're going to agree with this one, but the Justice Department, okay, should open up an investigation, okay, under his watch, under this police officer's watch, because how many people he probably locked up for nothing and put trumped up charges against them. You know what I'm saying?
We don't know, but
people could be innocent.
Well, yeah, but you're making an accusation that you cannot prove.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you can't, you have to be careful. You can't say these things without any proof. Okay. So don't say that he locked people up that were innocent when you really don't know if that's true.
Well, I mean, look at it. You know what I'm saying? Look at the police.
yeah.
Look,
Well, I know, but he can't be the only one. But the thing is that he got charged for something. That's what you need to talk about. And the bail was set low. He paid it, and he was set free. But he's going to stand trial at some point anyway. He's not going to get away with it.
so it's okay for a police officer, right? Now I'm just saying,
No,
it's okay for a police officer to get bailed out at a $5,000 bail, but if someone else did that, they'd be held without bail. How fair is that?
Well, not if it's drugs. No.
Well,
if it was only this is where it gets murky, and we don't know because I don't know. I didn't read about it. I don't know, but what?
Oh, I read about it.
But based on what you're saying, the police officer in Fall River got caught in a sting operation. He was part of a sting operation, maybe, I don't know, but he got arrested because they found illegal drugs in his car and alcohol. Right?
Okay.
But see, what you're talking about is you're saying is that because he was involved in the sting operation of sex trafficking, why did they let him go? If that's true, I don't know if he has been associated with this sting operation.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't associated with it.
Okay.
He just got caught permanently.
He got caught with drugs and alcohol.
And if you look it up, and it was with underage girls.
Okay, but they didn't find him. The law. You have to prove that when they arrested him, was he with underage girls? Because if that's true, then that's a different story. But if there were no underage girls there and they just found cocaine and alcohol, they're going to charge him with whatever needs to be charged with alcohol and drugs or whatever. Alcohol and they have to prove these things that they're accusing him of. They say they caught him. There was a sting operation. He was involved in a sex trafficking ring. But now they're going to have to prove that he was involved in that. So they arrested him on those charges because now they're going to have to prove that he was sex trafficking or he was dealing with minors. I don't know. I mean, I'm not familiar.
Well, I mean, how can the public trust the police department now?
That's right.
Because of all this. I'm saying, look, even the police department's corrupt.
They're all corrupt.
And I mean,
that's just, something, that's just one thing that's on top of the cake there. It's just a slice. There's so many others that we don't even know about. They won't even release the names on the Epstein list. Why? Because we know who they are.
Epstein list, yeah.
We know who they are.
Let's talk about that.
These are all celebrities. These are celebrities that are involved in these crimes. Now, did you see what they're saying about Gene Hackman? He just passed away with his wife. Did you know that they supposedly, I guess, found an underground tunnel in his house? Because he was involved in that too.
And Stormy Daniels too. Let's talk about that.
I mean, there's so many of them that I think the public wouldn't be able to handle it. I really don't think so. The atrocities that, if you can find like stories on YouTube about these things, and it's horrendous. Okay, I think most people can't even go there in their brain. It's horrible. It's horrible what they do, especially to the kids. Okay, with this, and do you remember that show, Pawn Stars from it was from Las Vegas, and people would. Huh?
I never watched it. Never heard of it. I want to hear about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it was a very popular show, and it started. He was from Las Vegas. He had a pawn store where people would go in, and pawn their things, and blah, blah. And it got so popular, this show, that he became very rich from it. But you know what? He was also involved in sex trafficking. They found out.
Wow.
The FBI, like you were talking about the sting, this is the FBI though. The FBI in Nevada were because you know why? Because people ratted on him. People would tell the FBI unit in Nevada what they saw. There were at least two that I heard on the video where they reported him to the FBI, and then they conducted a sting. And oh my God, you won't believe what they found. It was horrible. These people that do these things
they're horrible, man. They're horrible people.
And minors were involved as well as just 22-year-olds as well, from 14 to 22. The things that they found, again, he had in his home an underground tunnel, and they found sophisticated equipment that was labeled. They found videos of his victims, and they all came from different countries.
Holy shit. Damn.
The level of organization with these things is why, like, you wouldn't even believe, because he had help. He just didn't do this on his own. He had help from others that were around him that would get these minors that were maybe runaways or whatever. That's what they look for. And then they make up an ID for them. They get a passport for them. They get all these fake papers to make them travel from one country to another. It's awful.
It is. I can imagine.
Okay, so if this police officer was involved in that,
well, he got caught. He got caught in a sting operation.
So he's, if he's really that deep into it, you probably won't hear about it again.
Oh, you know what I'm going to say is that they're going to probably cover it up. That's what they're going to probably do.
Right.
Like they cover everything else up.
Right. Because they don't want. He's
a police officer. We don't want him in jail because he's a cop.
No. He might get prosecuted, but they won't.
I hope he does get prosecuted.
He should, but I don't think they're going to let people know the truth about it because it's disgusting. Because it's disgusting, and because it's a police officer. But these aren't the only ones. You've got judges, you've got politicians, you've got musicians,
judges
you've got
are all
actors.
Yeah.
These people are sick. They're sick. Okay, they're psychopaths.
Well, there's been a case in New Bedford. I think it was a drug case or a murder trial, and the DA. They had to agree. I don't know which one it is. They had to agree to dismiss the case because because an undercover detective. Okay, because it was the drug case. Because of an undercover detective didn't have enough information, so they had to dismiss the case. And I mean, That was
That's what I'm saying, that the judges are just as bad. Look what they're doing to President Trump. They're trying to strip his executive order power that he has, that was designated to the president under the Constitution. Do you see how they're trying to destroy the Constitution? The judges
they're
are
trying
doing
to.
as
They're
well.
trying to destroy
They
the Constitution.
are. And Obama now is saying that what Trump did to Harvard was illegal. This is what these are signs that people need to be aware of when you've got Obama, the politicians, judges trying to strip the president of his power under the Constitution. These are all very bad signals. And luckily, the Supreme Court did not agree with them because they don't have the authority to do it. But do you see how they try? Do you see how they try? This is a battle that the people, maybe some people in this country know, but in Massachusetts, I don't think they understand this.
I don't think people understand over here in Massachusetts either. But
I don't think so. I don't think that people can read between the lines when Obama says that what President Trump is doing is illegal, when it's not true. I mean, it's just unbelievable how they know, like Obama and the others, they know what to say. So to get people all riled up, what they're trying to do is get people riled up. Did you see AOC and Bernie Sanders? They're like on a campaign tour already. They're already campaigning, these two. And they're trying to get people all riled up. AOC.
Well, Nick Stone says we couldn't trust Jason Correa when he was mayor because he did a lot of damage to this city too, extorting money and charging people a lot of money. He said we couldn't trust him either.
Right.
But how can we trust Mayor Paul Coogan?
You can't. Who says you got to trust? Yeah, but you know you can't. I mean, you can't. Okay, but if he's going around and it's true that he wants market value on the units in the apartments, then I agree with him on that.
But he's going. But listen, now it's election time. Okay, now when we mention affordable housing, now he wants the affordable housing. So now he wants.
Now you don't want that. Okay, so you don't want affordable housing.
So now he wants affordable housing.
Yeah.
Because it's election time. So now he's flipping to affordable housing.
Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying when I say what affordable housing means?
I totally do.
Okay, affordable housing is not what you think it is or what people think it is. It's not what it means. Affordable housing, like I said, it depends on the median income of the community. And then you go from there. But you have to have a salary. You have to have a job. Okay? And if you don't meet those requirements, you're not going to get in. You're not going to get in because the government is not going to pay for it. That's affordable housing. Okay? That's what...
Affordable housing. That's counterfeit affordable housing.
And Linda, come over here.
What did she say? It's what housing?
I don't know. Come here, Linda.
So they call affordable housing is actually a fake.
Yeah, it's. But you know the terms.
Linda, come over here.
The terms that they use and the people that assume they want to believe that affordable housing means now I can go to this apartment and I can go wherever I want and that the government's going to pick up the tab. No, that's not what it means. That's not what it means.
I mean, I mean, the people in Massachusetts here, the people down here in Massachusetts here, they want the affordable housing. They don't want the market rate.
Yeah, but I don't think they understand what it means, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, no, they do. I talk to them. I talk to the constituents all the time. And they tell me, all the time what it means. But they don't want it, though. I mean, they want the affordable housing. They don't want they want the affordable housing. They don't want the market rate housing. All
Well,
the
no,
constituencies don't want it.
Yeah, but that's not because they've been brainwashed into thinking they have to have affordable housing. No, you want market rate because then it becomes competitive. Like I said before, like it used to be before the government got involved with housing. It used to be that the landlords would fight out who they want for tenants, and then they would fight out the price. Now it's not like that anymore. It's a set price.
We have to bring it. We have to bring it back like it was before.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If he's saying it's market, then I agree. But if he's now talking affordable housing is collusion.
It's market housing, but it's not really market rate because it's overinflated in value.
All right, Linda, could you come over here, please, so she can hear you?
She said something about value. What did she say about value?
I don't know. She wants to hear you about value.
Okay, market rate should be what the market will bear.
Right. Exactly.
But what they're doing is they're making it so exorbitant that the people living there can't even afford it.
No.
That's not market rate. That's overinflated
No,
value.
no,
They're
no.
keep out here get the rich cronies.
No, because see, this is what I'm talking about. Affordable housing is collusion because they're going to keep the rates all the same. So if a 1-bedroom apartment is $2,000 in Massachusetts, then they're going to charge you $2,000 no matter where you go. It doesn't matter. But if you do not qualify for that income, you're not going to get in. But if it's market, and somebody says, a landlord says, okay, I'm going to charge 2,000, and then somebody says, well, I'm going to charge 18. They're going to go to the 18, and then that one that charges 2,000, they're going to drop it to 17. Then you have competition. But affordable housing is not competition. It's not competition. It's a set rate. It's a set rate that the government gives you. So how is that? See, that's what I'm talking about. The term affordable doesn't mean that somebody who's making less than 50,000 is going to be able to go into a town like Swampscott and say, I want to get that unit. Well, you need to make so much to be able to get into this town, and then we'll pick up the slack. If you don't qualify for that, you're not gonna get that apartment. But if it was market, maybe you could get in, maybe. This way you're not going to. Affordable housing is not going to guarantee anybody getting anything. And it's a unit, it's not a house, it's an apartment. Okay, it's not a house. It's not a single family home. It's not a duplex. It's not a 2-family. It's an apartment. So why is everybody getting all bent out of shape out of trying to afford an apartment? Why don't they want to get a house instead?
Have you seen the mortgage rates?
You ever seen the mortgage rates?
I've seen the mortgage rates.
Yeah, the mortgage rates. Do you think I would love to get? Annalisa, I would love to buy a house. Okay. Did you see how high the mortgage rates were?
Yeah, the mortgage rate, it's not only the mortgage rate, but you have to come down with a down payment. You have to be pre-qualified to get a house. You go to a bank and say, I want a loan. They're going to look into your income and they're going to determine how much house you can afford. It could be 200, 300, 400,000, whatever it is. Then you get that letter and they say this person can afford a $300,000 home. Good luck finding that in Massachusetts. I don't know if you're going to find a home in Massachusetts.
You ain't going to find a home in Massachusetts for $300,000.
Right. So those people are automatically off the market because the average home in Massachusetts, what is it, $500,000-$600,000? In Swampscott,
Yeah,
it's
I'm going to say $600,000.
Yeah. In Swampscott, it's 800,000. That's the average in Swampscott, 800,000. Who is going to afford 800,000? Not too many people.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So I mean, you 3/4 of the people are already out of the market in Swampscott. So what do you got left? The only people that can afford living in Swampscott are people that make money. Make money, or a couple that makes $300,000. I read that you have to make $300,000. You have to make $300,000 to live comfortably in Massachusetts.
Well, I don't make that much.
So why do you think people are all out for this affordable housing and
Because it's a lot
government
cheaper.
too?
Affordable housing is a lot cheaper.
It's not, but it's not, is what I'm trying to say. And people have a big misunderstanding about this. They really do. Because those programs do not apply for homes. Affordable housing does not apply for a single family home. It's just an apartment. Why are people getting all bent out of shape on an apartment? Well, they should be screaming about, how come I can't own a home in Massachusetts? How come they're so high? Why is the cost of a home so high in Massachusetts? You're always going to be living in an apartment. People that make a certain amount of money, $50,000 and under, I think it is in Massachusetts, I'm not sure, something like that, you're never going to afford a home. It's never going to happen. In Massachusetts,
Well, not Massachusetts.
No. So what people are fixated on is an apartment. So now they're looking for the government to be able to help them afford an apartment. Right?
Well,
That's all.
Everybody's opinions of value. Go ahead.
But that's all that's left for people that make that amount of money, because it doesn't go very far in Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, the reason why I say affordable housing is because I value everybody's opinions. This is what it's about. And the reason
It's
why
not
I
an
say
opinion. It's not an opinion.
The reason why I say affordable housing is because the rent's a lot cheaper for the people. Okay, the people that can't afford it, the low income, the low income families.
Yeah, but that's not affordable housing. That's something else. That's public housing. That's something else. It's not the same thing. Affordable housing is one thing. And then the federal housing that you were talking about, and the public housing or the projects or whatever you want, that's something else. It's two different things. Two different things.
Well, I know it's two different things. I know that because
then you can't say affordable housing, because that's not what it is you're talking about. People want affordable housing because they might not like where they live in the projects. Okay, I don't know. They might want to move up. They might want to get out of there and go into affordable housing. But affordable housing means you have to have a salary. You have to have some kind of income coming in, and you have to make so much. So having affordable housing, you must have it in Fall River. You've got to have it.
We don't. We
What do
used
you
to have it.
Well, what do you have?
Right now we only have the projects right now. Okay, which is that's probably going to disappear too soon. Right now we have the federal housing and the market rate right now, but we're trying to get rid of the market rate. You know what I'm saying? We don't want that because the rents are too high.
How much? What is the market rate in Fall River for a 1-bedroom apartment? Do you know?
I say about 18, 19.
Why don't I look that up?
Well, let Linda said she'll look it up.
Okay. Because in Swampscott,
I don't really know.
A 1-bedroom apartment in Swampscott is $2,200.
Well, we're gonna look it up over here.
Yeah, what is it in Fall River?
Yeah, Linda's gonna look it up, and Linda's gonna tell you.
These are the things that you need to know. Okay, if somebody wants to get out of the projects or federal housing.
Okay, average rent for Massachusetts. Okay.
Not Massachusetts, Fall River.
One bed, okay, average for Fall River, Mass, for one bedroom is about $1,739.
Okay, so it's already $500 cheaper than it is in Swampscott, and that's the market. That's what you want. So somebody who's looking for $1,700, or if it's a market rate and nobody is going, say people in Fall River cannot afford $1,700 a month, it's going to drop. The landlord is going to have to drop the amount, 15, 14, 13, 12, or whatever. But when you get affordable housing, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So he's right about the market value. You need to keep it at market value, because if the landlord owns those buildings and nobody is going in there to rent it out, he has to drop the prices. He has to drop them.
Because whether somebody's renting or not, he still got to pay the mortgage. It doesn't change.
That's not a mortgage.
No, not say it was. Anyways, I said whether somebody's renting that building or not, but the owner's mortgage is still going to come due every month. That's not going to change.
I don't know what's that got to do with the rental. I don't know what you mean. So if you have a mortgage, it's a set rate. It's a set rate of payment every month. That's $1,700. So it's got nothing to do with affordable housing.
I didn't say it did.
Yeah, but I don't know what you.
I did not. Say it
So
did.
okay, so all right. She didn't actually hear you.
Frustrated right now.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So the landlords are paying on the rents to offset the cost of the mortgage, and nobody's willing to pay the rents that they're asking. They have no choice but to drop the prices down to get people in there.
They'll have no choice if it's a market rate. If nobody is, if the landlord is paying the expenses on a building and nobody is in there because the rents are too high, he's going to have to drop them, or else he's going to go bankrupt.
Well, some landlords won't.
Well,
Right
then-
now, where my brother lives,
Yeah.
okay, where
Yeah.
he lives,
Mhm.
he pays over $1,200 a month for rent. And
That's $1,000 less than Swampscott. Go ahead.
so he pays a lot, for
No,
rent.
it's not. See that
Well,
again.
I mean,
That's it's not a
to my
lot.
brother, it is.
Why is that a lot for your brother?
Well, because it is, because he's low income. He only has one income.
Then he shouldn't be there. So if it's market rate, if he's paying $1,200 market rate and he's still there, that means he's able to afford it somehow.
All right, so I have questions over here on the
Okay.
board here.
Yeah.
Michelle Soares says that the landlords will not lower the rents, and so that's what they
Because-
say. They will not lower the rents.
Well, then something's wrong if they're not going to lower the rents and the buildings are not occupied.
They just did over
No.
20% increase in the water fees this year.
Oh,
So-
you remember the water? Remember the water
Yeah.
feed that I sent you?
Mhm.
Who was it?
the
City Councilor Cliff Ponte. He fought for us, and he's going to have my vote. Believe me, because he fought for us. And what he did was he lowered the rates. He kept the rates the same.
Right.
So he did.
Well, but the landlord is responsible for that.
Yeah,
okay.
well, the landlords
So-
are responsible for that.
Right. So the landlord is responsible for the water. I don't know about the heat. I'm not sure about that. But
We're responsible for our own.
what?
We're responsible for our own utilities.
Well,
Okay.
our own utility.
all right, so
we're
you-
responsible for the gas. We're responsible
All right.
for the
So now you're okay. So now people know that the landlord is responsible for this, and this, and yet they want everything lowered. How is a landlord supposed to pay for these things if the rent is too low? He's not going to be able to. That's probably why the prices don't come down, is because they have to pay for water and they have to pay for heat. They have to pay for electricity, which is all high right now in Massachusetts. So that's another problem that you've got. So
Our
You have
contract
to-
says we pay our, as renters, we pay on utilities. Good. We do it.
So yeah, well, we pay our own gas and electric. So Stephen Rose said that how many times in 1 year can a landlord raise rents, and mine gone up and twice already this year.
How? Because probably if the landlord is being fair and is on the up and up, I would say because the utilities have gone up or something, and they have to pay for insurance as well. They have to pay for insurance too. This is what people don't understand.
It's a business.
Right. So, but it's on their shoulders. It's on the landlord's shoulders. And this is what people don't understand. Now in Swampscott, where there's a lot of homeowners, the property taxes keep going up. All right. And why? Because they say it's because of pensions and because of the schools and because of this and because of that, because everything goes up. Water goes up. Utilities go up. So you've got property taxes that go up. So instead of having property taxes go up, you have rentals that go up. So I am assuming twice a year is really not that bad, okay, for a landlord to raise the rent, because they can do it anytime they want, all right? But if I don't know how much they're raising the rent, it's all different, okay? But having affordable housing is not going to solve that problem. You're going to have to make more money. The state is expensive. It is one of the most expensive states to live in the country.
All right, Michelle, let me see here. I'm going to pull it up in a minute. Okay, Michelle Soares says developers are buying the properties because of the train is in ongoing to the price of the people out of their apartments and landlords. Let me see. Let me put this over. People out of their apartments, the landlords, including water, sewage, and their rents. And then, oh my God. So that's what she.
I mean, we said that's the landlords pay that. So, but the developers, are they really developers that are buying the properties along the train route? Because that is an MBTA executive order by Maura Healey that was done 2 years ago, because in Swampscott, they're doing the same thing where you have to build multi-dwelling units. Are they really developers? Developers meaning, are they having their own company, or is it the city and the state that are buying it? Because that's who's doing it. So, she doesn't know everything and I don't know everything either. Okay. The developers are probably not private developers that she's, I think, talking about, where they're going to buy up they're not buying up these buildings. I don't know what she means. If they're already there by the train station and they're multi-dwelling units, why would they buy them up? Why would a developer or a landlord want to buy something by the train? Because that is not desirable location. That is not a desirable location.
Okay, so Michelle Soares, she said, yes, the mayor's friends are the blame for that wacko, Healey,
For what?
for all of the state and housing issues.
Right.
So she also said again that yes, they are private developers, but you don't know anything about our So I mean, I'm not going.
Well, you know what? I don't know if they are private developers because if you look into it, they're not. When you look into it and you start doing research on these so-called developers, they're not private developers. They're not anymore. They're not. This is the problem. It's a problem in that state. And we were just talking about it a little while ago about communism and socialism, whatever you want to call it. Okay. And this is ripe for communism because people are like, oh my God, what is she talking about? We can't afford this, we can't afford that. In comes communism and says, we'll take care of it, we'll pay it for you, don't worry about it. And everybody feels relieved. And they're like, oh my God, the government is going to pay everything for me. I don't have to worry about buying food. I don't have to worry about my house. I don't have to buy. The government's going to take care of everything. And then you are literally stuck. Because why? Because people, for the most part, are not involved enough in what is going on in their community. And you want to keep it market value. So if the rents are not coming down and they keep going up, which then that says to me that the expenses keep going up.
Well,
Because the landlord has to be able to cover the expenses. And I don't even know at this point if any of them are making any money. These people are not rich. I mean, people make it sound like that, especially in Massachusetts, that landlords are making hand over fist money with everybody. They're taking advantage of us. Oh my God, the rent went up. I bet you anything, they're probably not even making a lot.
We
They're
know
not
ours
even
is not. Is not. Trust me. My aunt and uncle owned a 3-tenement at the south end of the city. They 2 tenants. They're just breaking even. That was it.
Exactly.
Well, and Michelle Saw said that 3-family homes. She says she disagrees with you. She says 3-family homes are now being sold for over $1 million. Wait a minute. Wait, I just wait. Hold on. Let me let me rephrase that.
We want to have some. We'd like to have some respect with discourse back and forth here.
Yeah. So 3-family homes are now being sold for over $1 million.
Where?
Giving me a break.
Now, where are they being sold for over $1 million?
Michelle, where are they being sold? Okay. Oh, she wait a minute. We want to know where are they being sold, Michelle?
What area are they being sold?
And what area?
Yes,
What
please
area?
tell.
Yeah, so that way to make us understand.
Yeah, because there's no way $1 million
in our city. In our city.
Where in your city? Where?
And where in our city?
And I don't know what that has to do with rent. If a 3-family home is being sold for $1 million, that means somebody's going to have to, whoever's going to buy it has to rent out those 3 units.
Right here in Fall River.
Okay,
That's
whatever.
it.
My point is this, this is what people, again, they just don't get it. When if a 3-family home is being sold for $1 million because it's rental property, it's not a single family home. A single family home, depending on the area and the town, might sell for $1 million if it's on the water. But if it's being sold in the city for $1 million or whatever, again, I don't know what that has to do with rent.
Oh, she says my sister's neighborhood was just sold in the Flint for $1 million.
Okay, I don't know. The Flint. What's Flint? Is that an area there?
Flint,
It's a neighborhood
Pleasant
over on the east end.
You were here before.
Is that a good neighborhood? Is that where people want to live?
The Flint, no. No, it's not.
Well, then if that's true, then something's wrong there. Okay, because
very wrong.
if something is being sold for $1 million in a not desirable neighborhood, not to be mean or anything, but if it's not desirable and it's selling for $1 million, something's wrong. Okay, something's not right there. There's got to be some kind of collusion or something going on, because that doesn't make sense. $1 million.
We had an old public elementary school that's being used for the Gates of Hope ministry. They use that to do the clothing and food distribution once a month. That was supposed to be taught, but then it was sold for market rate housing, and this is one of the poor neighborhoods. Lucky
Yeah.
the ministry got a place to do their work. at another
That's
location.
that's not market value. There's no way.
No,
There's no.
no,
that's
it
not
isn't.
No. That's not market value. Something either I don't know what they're trying to do. I don't know if they're trying to, because they do this on purpose, by the way. The government does do this. If they're trying to change that East End part of Fall River, they might oversell or overbuy people that can invest money. They will drive out the people that cannot afford to pay rent. Say $2,000, if somebody buys $1 million 3-family home on that part of town, they're going to have to charge good rent to pay the mortgage. And if people cannot afford that, they're going to have to leave. They could be doing it on purpose. They could be doing it on purpose. And that
Okay, so as Michelle Saw says, as I said, private developers are coming in and raising the rents. This is happening all over the city. She said it's
Well,
happening all over.
does she know for sure, number one, if they're private
Yeah, she
developers?
knows for sure.
How does she know for sure?
So,
How does she know? Because most people don't. How does she know for sure that they're private
well,
developers?
I mean,
Because in Swampscott, they're not private developers. You would think that they were, but when I looked into it, they're from Washington, D.C. And
well, we do have private developers here.
And their primary concern is Israel. I mean, you know, you are correct. They are doing it on purpose, right? So, and just like in Swampscott, it's the reverse. So in Fall River, they're trying to change it and make it more expensive to get the people that cannot afford it out.
She says you are correct on. You are correct. They are doing it on purpose to push lower income and the poor out of the city.
This is
Yes,
classically
I
a
know
working class place.
for sure more than
But
So-
but you have to take into consideration that Massachusetts is an expensive state.
It's the
Number one.
worst in the country.
It's worse.
Right.
Massachusetts has always been. It's
It
worse. than
is
the-
very
yeah.
expensive, and people that even work and have a salary of $100,000 can't even make it. They have to leave. People that make $100,000 to $200,000 in Massachusetts have a hard time living in that state. They go to New Hampshire. They go to New Hampshire because there's no sales tax, there's no income tax, and why Massachusetts is doing this, I don't know. In Swampscott, it's reverse. They're trying to bring in other people that supposedly can't afford to live in Swampscott. So it's all reverse that's going on in Swampscott. And because it's such a small town, nobody likes it because they want to keep it small. But that's not what's happening in Swampscott. They're trying to make it bigger. They're trying to make it with more people, like a city. Now, in Fall River, it sounds like they're doing the opposite. I mean, I don't know. That's what she says. Okay. I don't know. Now they want to drive them out. I mean, yeah. I mean, if that's the plan, then again, we talked about
I
it
got
before.
my friends now taking shots now. They're drinking.
I would be too. I would be like,
I'd be
you know-
taking shots too. Nick Stone. I would, and Sarah Goldsmith. I would take 3 shots.
I would definitely join in that. I mean, Massachusetts is just, you don't even know where to turn in that state. It's terrible.
Oh, it's horrible here.
People that, you know, it's like in other states, if you make $50,000-$60,000, that's pretty good. You can live off of it. But in Massachusetts, you're poor. You have a family of 4 and you're making $50,000-$60,000. You're poor in that state. And it's terrible. And I said it before.
I mean,
Yeah.
look at the rent that we're paying here. It's horrible.
I don't know what it is, and it's okay. You don't have to say. You don't have to tell me.
I don't mind. Hey, we're paying $1,100 here.
Yeah, and see, that to me is low. That's me.
That to me is high.
Because in Swampscott it's $2,200. So it's $1,100 less. But if you are on a certain income, yeah, that could be a little overwhelming. And again, Massachusetts is expensive. It's expensive.
Nick Stone said he already called out of work.
For your poor buddy.
my poor buddy, he already called out of work. That poor guy.
Well,
Because we're making him drink.
Well,
Poor guy,
this
he's
is
drinking
don't
shots.
feel so bad because people are leaving the state, so don't feel so bad. People don't know what to do, and because most people don't make a lot of money, they fall into the median income. I don't know, whatever that is, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. I don't know. You can't live on that in Massachusetts, especially if you have a family. So they leave. They're leaving. They're leaving the state. Okay, don't feel so bad. That's why it's.
He says, I need a bigger shot glass. He says, we're killing him over here.
I know. It's like, but see, that's the reality, though.
Yeah.
That's the reality. This is what we're talking about. When the government gets involved, this is what happens.
Yeah.
You get this mess. You get the too many taxes, too much taxes, income tax, sales tax. I know because I lived there. I know what it is. I know.
Right.
I don't like
taxes
it.
are always going up over here.
Yeah.
Especially with Governor Healy.
Right. Right.
Always.
Always. Oh, in Swampscott, it's always the property tax. It's nuts. It's the average property tax if you own a home in Swampscott is $9,000 to $10,000 a year. And that is crazy.
He says Swampscott tax.
What?
Swampscott tax.
Yeah. It's people are, it's going to happen there too. When Michelle said that they're driving out the people on the east side out because these other investors can afford these things and driving out those people. Well, Swampscott's the same thing, but except you got property tax. So even if you own a home in Swampscott, when you bought it before this mess that was created, the property taxes keep going up. And if you're on a fixed income or you're making $50,000, $60,000, they're struggling too.
So what's the difference? What's the difference between the tax in Massachusetts over here and the taxes over there?
Where?
Okay.
In
So
Tennessee.
what's the difference between the tax here and the tax over there?
Where's over there?
Is it the same?
You mean talking about Swampscott and Fall River?
Yeah, Swampscott and Fall River.
The taxes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's the same. All right.
Except the taxes, like not the property tax, that's different. Okay. I think that's all. It depends on the valuation of the home. But rentals is not as expensive as it is in Swampscott.
That's confidential. I cannot even say that.
Ooh, about what?
People want to know where you live, and I said that's confidential.
Oh. Well, I lived in Swampscott like all my life, but Swampscott now is becoming. I just don't like it. I don't like it anymore. It used to be like what I could consider normal, where there was families around.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, people all knew each other. There were kids all over the place. Now it's a whole different ballgame. It's all centralized. The school system, they have it all centralized. Before they had 4 different elementary schools where, depending where you live, that's where you went. That's how I grew up in Swampscott. But now it's all changing into a form of socialism or communism. It's just not the same. And it's getting even more expensive to live there.
All liberals now and hipsters now.
Exactly.
Drain the Swampscott.
Right. In Swampscott. That's what the liberals do. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, the liberals do that over there anyways.
That's how they
with
run.
the liberals over here.
Right. The liberals in Swampscott run the show, and I don't like it. I don't agree with them and their politics. I don't like it. I don't like it anymore. I have family, all my family and friends are there. So it's like, I just can't deal with it. I can't deal with Maura Healey. I can't deal with any of the politicians that they keep electing. I just don't get it. Doesn't make sense to me.
And this is why we hold our politicians accountable. It's for the things that they do, the things that they say they're going to do, and they don't do them. Once they're elected, they forget about us.
Yeah, and then people reelect them.
And the people reelect them, like they reelect Paul Coogan and city council and the same city councils all the time. So when you elect the same politicians all the time, what are you expecting? Are you expecting a different result? You're not going to get a different result. So that's why we have to vote somebody city councils out here in Fall River. We have to vote them out like the mayor. We got to vote him out, okay? Because we're not getting the representation that we need over here. That is the biggest problem.
It depends. See, now, for me, what I would like to see, like in Massachusetts, is job growth. I would like to see taxes come down. No income tax for the state, drop it. There's a lot of things that can be done. It's just that they don't do it because they're making so much money. The government they're making a lot of money. So I would like to have a politician like that. It's got to be somebody like radical.
Well,
Annalisa, I'll be level with you. I have an adult son with autism who needs 24-hour staff around him. I'm legal guardian. It's essential I stay here for that reason.
Yeah, well, that's different. I mean, but it's tough in that state. Period. It's tough.
Well, she does. Well, Nick Stone, she does not like Mayor Michelle Wu. She thinks she's a communist nut job.
Who, me? Yeah, I do.
No. He asked me what was your options with Michelle Wu, and I said she doesn't not like Michelle Wu.
If I was in Boston, if I lived in Boston and I had Michelle Wu as a mayor, I'd be out. I'd be like, forget it. I wouldn't be dealing with it.
So Nick Stone, she said that she'll be out. She does not like Michelle Wu at all.
No, if I was living in Boston and Michelle Wu, who is the leader there, and you got Maura Healey, I couldn't deal with it. I would just be like, I can't. This is horrible. I think they're stealing from everybody in that state. No matter how much money you make, it doesn't matter. They're going to take it. It doesn't take it. They're going to take it.
Patrick Coach asked me what Dave. Patrick Coach. There's a lot of questions coming in here. Patrick Coach asked me what happened at the bus. At the bus stop today. Well, I'm going to tell you, it was a big fight over at the bus terminal. Linda and I was there, and so Linda was facing the customer service desk. I was facing the window, and a big fight broke out over there. Security guard got hurt, and they pushed the security guard down at the ground, and the security guard banged his head on the ground. So he went to the hospital, hoping that he's okay. Maybe I hope that he doesn't have a concussion in that. So and I also want to thank one more person. I want to thank Christopher from South Main Street. He has a very good coffee over there, over at South Main Street in Fall River. So, but go ahead, Lisa.
No, I'm just listening to what happened.
So Christopher has great good coffee. We were there today, and then we got a few good city councilors running today. We got Ricky Tiff running for city council, and who else, Linda?
I'm not sure who's running for city council, dear.
And who? All right. Well, we got Carlos Caesar running for mayor of the city of Fall River. Yeah, so we got some pretty good candidates, and
Well,
and I also want to, huh?
what?
Well,
What was it?
we have some pretty good candidates. So running.
Now,
for,
what? Okay, so why are they pretty good to you? How are they
Why?
pretty good?
Well, because they have the
Well, one male candidate wants to do a full forensic city budget.
well one of the candidates that's running for mayor. He wants to do a full forensic audit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
He wants to do a
gosh,
full
okay.
forensic audit. So
It's not going to happen. But go ahead.
well,
I mean, I don't know what's going to change, what needs to change there in Massachusetts because the corruption is so deep. And you've had a one-party rule for such a long time, and now you've got the communists in there as well. It's going to be hard. I mean, this is going to be hard on people, I think, in that state. They're also now taxing people the people that are making $1 million or more are also leaving the state. And that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign because there are other states that don't have income tax. If they have a business, the corporate tax is lower. I mean, the state, Massachusetts, is just driving everybody out. And the people that are left, like you and others that I know that are there, are not going to be able to sustain what is happening with the illegals, with the housing.
well, we want the illegal aliens out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
you want them out, but Maura Healey doesn't. So who's going to win, you or her?
Well, I mean, we are the people. Well, I look at it this way: we are the people, people's power, and we are the taxpayers, so they have to listen to us. Okay, regardless.
Yeah, but they're not. But they're not. Is my
we
point.
have to make them listen to us.
They're how? How?
Well,
When
I mean,
when people in Massachusetts continually vote in these communists all the time, and you have 3/4 of the people in Boston that don't even vote. How are you going to get these people out to vote if they don't like the candidates? You're going to get communism again. You're going to get Michelle Wu again. So it's a problem. It's a problem because the candidates that are out there, people don't like. They don't like them, so they don't go vote. That's not. That is not.
Well, Nick Stone wants to know: do they even do forensic audit in Swampscott? The answer is
Does that
no.
tell you anything, Nick?
Nick Stone, no,
Oh,
they
come
don't
on.
do forensic audit over there.
Seriously? Oh my God! If you
Oh,
ever
that
brought
that was a question that he
but if he ever brought that up in Swampscott, they would kick him out. The board would say, "Bye, we don't want to listen to you," and excommunicate you.
only he says only 3-4 are the illegal voting.
Only what?
Well, Sarah Goldsmith said only 3 to 4 are the legal voting.
Oh, the illegals that are voting. Yes, right.
No, she's right on that part. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
most of
that's
the illegal aliens are voting.
Yeah.
There. So
right. There is something weird going on there in Boston for sure. That to get Michelle Wu in there,
there's a lot of weird stuff going on over there in Boston. I'll tell you though, bro. We have to get Michelle Wu out of there. We got to get Maura Healey out of there. Okay. Them two are the worst. They are the worst. I remember, okay, a couple of weeks ago, Annalisa, I was actually working. No, I wasn't working at the time. I saw Alan Sylvia. And I said to him, and I said, Alan, how come you and the delegation passed the 400 and I think it was 150,000 budget for a new I'm trying to think of it now. Homeless shelter.
He
says that the homeless shelter was supposed to look at this. The homeless shelter was supposed to be for the homeless people, but the homeless shelter was really for the illegal aliens, believe it or not. He
I have
says,
to tell you.
he says, well, people are trying to attack us and everything. I mean, why I mean, but if you're voting for 450,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, come on. You're telling me that 450,000 is for the homeless people? You're full of crap. It's not. Okay? It's for the illegal aliens. Okay?
Well, let me tell you.
Like Donald Trump said, okay,
Yeah.
this is his word.
Yeah.
Because he wants to Trump is getting rid of the illegal aliens, right? So you have to how they said well, I'm trying to think now. Now I lost words. What was that word I said before? You have to. When I said Maura Healey had to
comply.
So you have to. So I mean, you still have to comply. Like Donald Trump said, you still have to comply. Okay, to get rid of the rest of these illegal aliens out of here. Okay?
Yeah, because it's against the law. Yeah.
Because it's a law. I mean, we're supporting them. This is our tax money. Okay, I work. Okay,
right.
I work. Everybody else here in Massachusetts works. Okay, right. They make good money, and I'm not going to sit here and support these clowns. Okay, I'm not.
But you are. I know. I know. Nobody wants to do this, but they are. The problem is the government is making you do this. They're making you do things you don't want to do. Okay,
we the people have the power. Why don't we use our power? Why don't we all get together and say, "Hey, look, enough is enough."
Exactly, and that's what they're afraid. That's what they're afraid of. That's what they're afraid of because they know the people. There's how many people? I don't know how many people live in Fall River, and you've got how many people on the city council? How many?
Well, we got 9 seats. 9.
All right. So you've got what? How many people live in Fall River?
We're supposed to have 100,000.
80,000.
What is it?
How many?
Maybe 80,000. I'm not sure the last part.
Maybe 80-something thousand. I don't even know.
That's a lot. So you got about 80,000 people that, let's say 60,000 don't like what's going on, and you've got 9 city councilors.
Well, there is one going to be.
Do you see the numbers? Do you see the numbers?
Yeah. Well, because people are moving out. Because people are moving out. People are moving in different states.
People are not using the power that they have. These people, the government is trying to suppress it because they know that the people have the power. If they wake up and realize that they live under a constitution, a republic in this country, and that they're the ones that have the power and that the politician is supposed to work for you, things will change. Things will change.
Well, we got to get people out there because we are people power, and we're the ones that hold that power. Okay?
Right.
And you we're the ones, and the politicians, they have to listen to us. Okay,
they do, but they're not.
Well, you know what? We have to make them listen to us.
Yeah, well, because the people don't stand together in Massachusetts, and that's what I see in Swampscott is the same problem. Okay, the people that do not like what is going on in Swampscott, like myself, but I speak out, and they don't like me because I speak out. So you've got the ones that are afraid to speak out, which is what they want. That's tyranny. That's tyranny. Okay? They've got them
They're
so
only picking the ones that they want. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But we all got to get together.
Yeah, but the people
have to get together, and we all have to.
But until the people are not afraid to speak up, then things will change. But if they're going to continue in silence to let these politicians do what they want, nothing's going to change. It's not going to.
Well, I'm going to go out there and speak out because I got this and I got I got
Well,
this and
yeah,
I have
you got that,
a
but
speaker.
but you got to tell people that are not happy about what's going on there. And I would venture to guess that most people don't like what's going on in Massachusetts, although they're starting to speak up a little bit, but it's not enough. It
Well,
needs
people,
to be
you
more
need to
people.
speak up. People, you need
Yes,
to
you
speak
have
up.
to.
It's Massachusetts, okay?
You
You
have
need to speak up because the politicians here are screwing us over.
If there's a city council meeting and there's 9 people in that council in the council, and you have 1,000 people show up, 2,000 people show up, you don't mean to tell me that they're not going to be shaking in their boots?
Well, yeah, well, especially
Yes.
Joe Camara. Joe
Yes.
Camara, the president of the city
will
council,
be.
he's really shaking in his boots. Know why?
Right.
Because he's a bully.
So,
Know why? Because Sean Kadim said that the reason why some of our city councilors don't want to vote on certain items because they're afraid of retaliation. Okay,
Retaliation.
because of Joe Camara. Joe Camara retaliates against them. Okay, well, don't vote for this. Vote for this. Don't vote for this. Vote for this.
No, that's not good. No. That-
And what Joe, and honestly though, what Joe Camara does, he tries to shut down citizens' input all the time.
Like, there's
In
no rule
Swamp-
saying that they acknowledge profanity. There's nothing on the books. But let somebody say, in a passionate moment, say, that's not most polite. Oh, he'll shut them right down.
Massachusetts has a law that these meetings that they have, like the town meeting in Swampscott or the city council meeting, have to be public. That's the law in Massachusetts. Now, in Swampscott, they have had private meetings when they should have been public. That's against the law.
That's shady.
It's very shady. Swampscott's very shady. Swampscott is
Well, I already know. I heard a lot about Swampscott. I mean, people talk about a lot about Swampscott. The people that live up there, they're shady up there.
You know,
I'm going to say, but over here, it's just as bad over here. Okay. Again, city councilors, Joe Camara always likes to retaliate against the city councilors all the time. They're afraid to vote. They're afraid to vote on certain items. Well, don't vote on this. Vote on this. Don't vote on that. Let's vote for this.
But that's tyranny. And the people that are
It is tyranny.
continuing to allow this man to do that is at fault for voting him in all the time. That's the problem.
And this is why we're not getting good representation. You know, there is Michelle Dion. Okay, Michelle Dion. She's very awesome city councilor. Okay,
Yeah.
She tries to advocate for us. Okay,
Yeah.
but Joe Camara is always shutting her down all the time. Don't vote on that. We don't care about that. Okay. But when the police want funding or when the fire department wants funding, they get that. Okay, so that's public safety. They should be getting money. Okay, for new equipment, new stuff. And we also talked about. Well, I talked about this. Okay, that because Mayor Paul Coogan only wants to put on police during the summertime. Okay, walk the neighborhoods. I want police walking in my neighborhood. They got body cams now. Okay, I want them walking into my neighborhood and everybody's neighborhood.
You know why? Because they don't have the money. Because they don't have the money. That's the problem. That's why he says he only wants them in the summertime, because he doesn't have to pay for them all the other time. Maybe the summertime is worse. I don't know. But if that's the case, and again, in the Constitution, it does not say that you have to have a police force, but you do have to have something. You have to have a sheriff's office. You have to have something.
Well, because we do need police walking our neighborhoods because we have shootings over here, stabbings over here. Over here, Annalisa, I want to say, come and live into Fall River just for a couple of months, and you'll see what's going on over here.
Well, now
wow, Dave's right.
Well, I know, I believe you. I'm just saying that the reason why they say these things is because they're trying to save money.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, of course. Who doesn't want more policing, especially in a city? You know, like in Swampscott, I don't even know why we have a police there. I don't know why. What? There's nothing going on in that town. Maybe that's why, because we have a police. I don't know, but there's hardly any, crime, like violent crime. That is, like so. And it's like we're paying the police, and then when we had those standouts in town, and then there was issues like assaults and all that, they did arrest them, but then they don't continue with the charge. They drop them. So what kind of a police force is that? Why do we have a police force if all they can do is drop charges when people commit crimes? What
Well, you know why people, you want to know why people are committing crimes? Because police do it too. Police commit crimes.
Yeah, but it's not enforced, right? Because it's not enforced. So that's why they keep doing it over and over and over again, because it's not enforced. That's
so we have so again, we are the people, people's power. We have to enforce it. If the government don't want to enforce it, we got to enforce it. We got to do it.
And that's right. And we were talking about that, the Second Amendment. You have to watch out in Massachusetts when they're trying to get rid of the guns. You have to be armed.
Yeah.
You have to be armed. If you can be, you should be. You should be.
Well, I don't own a weapon, so I don't own a gun. I wish I could. I can if I want to, but
this is again, for me, what I went through in Swampscott, I do not trust the police. So I say to people
I would trust the police.
Yourself. Protect
they took
yourself.
the knee with Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, I would say to especially women, you need to protect yourself. And there are too many crimes against women because, I don't want to have a gun. I shouldn't have pepper spray. That's so violent. You know what? Those criminals that want to do those things, you don't care about that. They're going to do it to you whether you believe in it or not. It doesn't matter. You're going to have bad people. You're going to have, especially, the men. You have to find a way to defend yourself. The women, the girls.
I'm going to tell you, there is more domestic violence out here. Okay, more domestic violence, more overdose out here in Fall River than you wouldn't imagine. Okay, sometimes the police, they would have to go to a house because, the woman will call the police or the girlfriend will call the police and say, "Well, I have a restraining order on my boyfriend or my husband, and now that he's here, he just kicked my door down. He just beat the living crap out of me." You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's an offense. You should be arrested.
By the time the cops get there, the girl's half dead, and she half dead in the house by the time she gets there.
And that's what I'm talking about when there's this propaganda about not having guns. If a woman, if she had and didn't tell anybody, you shouldn't tell anybody that you have self-protection in the house, you have a gun or you got a knife or a bat or whatever, and you got to use it because these people don't care. They're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. They don't care. They don't. If you want to get killed, then that's what's going to happen. But if you live in a city and you're saying, I don't know how bad the crime is, then you have to protect.
It's bad over here. Honestly, at nighttime, between Fridays and Saturdays, and sometimes Monday, all this stuff happens at night over here. Okay,
right.
Shooting, stabbings, cops are chasing somebody through the woods on foot. I need backup. So
you've got the criminals that have guns and knives and everything else, but they tell the person that's living there that has to protect themselves that they can't have it, that it's a bad thing because of these. Does that make any sense to anybody? Like, why? What is
that don't make any sense.
No, what is the reason for criminals having all these weapons and then you can't have one?
how is but how are they getting them? But I'm going to tell you, okay, and I've been telling a lot of people this, okay, how criminals are getting them, because sometimes you have the CIA, you have the FBI. Sometimes they go out, they do drug raids, they do all kinds of bust. And what they do is when they collect all the drugs and all the guns, they bring all that stuff back to the precinct, and then all of a sudden, boom. Where is it? It's now the guns are back on the street again. How are these weapons getting back on the street again?
Well, maybe, but you have to understand too that you can sell. They have gun shops in Massachusetts. They can buy them. They don't have to go through the police. They don't have to confiscate guns for them to get guns. You can buy them. Somebody buys it. There are a lot of gun owners in Massachusetts. Just because there's propaganda that you can't, they don't want you to have one. There are plenty of people that do. So they can a criminal can get a hand on the guns very easily. It's not, you don't have to wait for the cops to confiscate guns to get a gun. No. And you know that in Massachusetts, if it is a gun shop, they have to be behind the building, like nobody can see them. So if there's a strip mall and there's a gun shop, they're going to be behind it so that you can't see them.
Okay.
Get it?
Okay.
You don't see them. You don't see them because the state won't allow you to see them, but they are there behind the buildings.
Yep.
Okay, so they have the guns, the ammunition, they've got it all, rifles, you name it. I've been in one. They've got everything. And I'm telling you,
a gun store already.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, it's busy. It's busy. There are people trading in guns. They take guns. You can buy another one. They give you, it's a business. It's a business, and it's in Massachusetts. Okay, it does happen. They're getting their guns. It's not hard to get a gun anywhere, like even in Massachusetts.
Well, but gun shops, they cannot sell a weapon unless they cannot sell a weapon unless somebody has a CCW.
They have to have a permit.
They have to have a permit. Like I said, if they want a handgun, they have to have a CCW.
Yeah, in Massachusetts, you have to go through a safety course to get a gun. And it's an all-day course, and they do it all in one day. You take a shooting test, and you have to take the test. And if you pass, I think it's 80%. They give you...
It is 80%.
Yeah, carry concealed weapon. That's the highest form. That's what you want. Okay, that's what they try to give everybody. So once that happens, you have to go to your police station, and they take your fingerprints, and you're in the system in the police. So they know you have a gun. They know you're a registered gun owner and that you have a permit.
Well, Scott Allen Donnelly says there is no shooting test in Massachusetts.
Yes, there is. I did it. Yes, there is.
Okay, well,
unless they changed it, but when I got it, the shooting was done the same day the exam was taken. It's in the same facility. You go downstairs and you shoot with a revolver and a semi-automatic.
Was you a gun owner before?
What?
But you were a gun owner before?
Yeah, I'm a gun owner.
Oh, she's a gun owner, so she knows. So she knows. But she knows. But we don't. But again, she says that we don't know if they changed the laws over here or not.
I don't think so because they want.
I don't think so.
I doubt it because you have to show them that you can operate a gun and that you can shoot a target. So that's not true. I don't know where you heard that. That's not true.
I'm right here. I'm reading it's over here. So Scott Allen Donnelly says in Rhode Island, you have to qualify in Massachusetts, but there is no qualification. So
I don't know what that means to qualify.
There's no qualification in Massachusetts. In other
Well,
words,
we have I don't know what that means. I don't know what we have the Second Amendment, so I don't know how anybody would qualify for anything. I'm not sure unless you have a criminal. What they do is when you pass the test in Massachusetts, and then you have to register with the police station. Then they do a background check to make sure you have no criminal offenses. So, and when you go get a gun, you have to present to them your concealed weapon license number. That's what they want. And you have to do some more questions, and they do another background check.
well, Patrick Roach says that blind people have the right to be gun owners. So
blind people?
Blind, yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know either, but
The Second Amendment, I mean, I guess they could if they wanted to.
Well, if it's a Second Amendment right, yeah. So
I don't know, but of course it doesn't make sense that they would because they can't see the shooter. So why would they go get one?
Yeah, I don't think.
I mean, those are like that's a stupid comment because that's extreme. All right, because I don't know what he's trying to say.
Yeah, me either.
But we have the Second Amendment in this country, and you can get a gun if you want to. So if you cannot take away. It says in the Second Amendment that you can't take that away. So whether you like it or not, that's what it is. So
well, that's second. Well, he's a conservative. So he's a conservative.
Yeah, but it sounds like he's challenging the Second Amendment. I don't know what I don't know what he's trying to say. But so that's what all the states are different.
Oh, okay. All audits. He put it this way. All audits have the same right, even blind people. Yeah. I don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, they have the right, okay? But if the state starts to intervene, like they do, and they have a criminal background check, like in Massachusetts, if somebody is
we have a criminal background check in Massachusetts, yeah.
Yeah, but if somebody
nobody's going to get a gun without a background. Background check.
So, right. And all states are different. They don't all do this. But in Mass, if you have a domestic violence offense, you're not going to get a gun. If you have a restricted or like if you have a restriction, what's that called? When you can't, when somebody can't go to somebody's home, like a girl calls the police and says, I want a restriction. I forget what the hell is it called? A
restraining order.
A restraining order, thank you. A restraining order, she can't get a gun either. See, that's what it's, all the states, like I said, are different, okay? And in Massachusetts, that's what it is. If you have these things, they're not going to give you a gun. They're not, even though you have the right to, they're not going to give it to you. I don't think they have the right to impose it, but they do. But they do this, okay? So our Second Amendment, the Constitution, isn't really being practiced, in Massachusetts. Okay, you've got the state continuously intervening with regulations and laws and more laws and more laws and more laws to take away our rights to own a gun. It doesn't have to be a gun; it can be a knife too. You can have in your house if you don't.
Well, I mean, you could have a knife. So Scott Allen Donnelly says, first time does not require to qualify to test, and some communities such as Boston.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what qualifying means. What do you qualify? How?
I mean, when I'm gonna spell it out to them. All right, people, listen. When you put qualifying, please put it where we can understand it, and and what it means.
I don't understand how they can do that. That goes against your right to have a gun. How can you? So you have to be pre-qualified to have a gun? Like, I never heard of that. Like, what does that mean? I never
heard of it either.
No, I don't understand.
This is the first time this is all coming out here.
Yeah, I don't know of anything in Massachusetts where you have to
I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna have to really look that up because
the only thing that would stop someone from getting a gun is, again, if you're a criminal. If you're a criminal,
or if you have domestic violence against you,
your violence. Well, you're not gonna qualify, but everybody else, I don't know. I'm not sure what that means. I really don't.
All right. So he says, Fall River, you just need to take the gun safety course. So you need to take the gun safety.
Yes, you have to take the gun safety course. But where I went, When I got my permit, you had to take the test to shoot as well.
Also, where you went, you had to take the test to shoot as
When
well.
in Massachusetts, when the
On the
law
test.
was that you had to do that. So
Yeah, I wonder if they still have it.
they
I
might
mean-
have. I don't know. I just
Or they might have exclude that. You know what I'm saying? And put something else in place.
you know, if Massachusetts was easier on people getting guns, I could understand that they don't have to go to a shooting range and prove that you can use a gun. But since Massachusetts is so strict, I can't even imagine not happening, because are there shooting ranges there where people can go and shoot and practice and shoot a target?
Qualifying in shootings in companies for LTC. Or Thomas Stark said, "Oh, Goldsmith, what? I'm not going to get involved and deal with that. I can't. Oh Lord."
Yeah, I don't. You know, it's a touchy subject, and again,
It is a touchy subject.
but I'm going to go back to the Constitution, where somebody who wants a gun has a right to have a gun. Okay.
Oh, of course, yeah. Everybody, yeah, exactly. Everybody has the right to own a gun. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Everyone.
So,
I
but
have
you
the
know,
right. You have the right. Linda has the right. Everybody has the right to own a weapon.
right. But saying that somebody has to be pre-qualified,
I don't even know what that means.
I don't understand that. I don't know what that means, because that's bad. Like that's totally tyrannical. It's like, what are you talking about? I have to go where to get pre-qualified to own a gun? It doesn't say anywhere in the Constitution that I have to be, or anybody has to be pre-qualified to get a gun. Where does it say that?
Yeah, I don't even know where it says that. This is the first time I'm even hearing that.
So like
I know is I talked to a friend of mine, two friends of mine that own guns.
Mhm.
Okay, two of them. I won't mention their names, but I have two friends. Two friends. Well, one of them used to be my friend, but I have the other one. He owns a gun, and he told me, he says all he did was he filled out the application. He did the test. Okay, got the certificate.
Mhm.
Took the certificate. Went down to the police station where he lived.
Mhm.
Okay, they and he had to fill out another application, and then they did a full investigation on him.
Mhm.
He had no record, and now he has a LTC.
Yeah. People that don't have a record can have a carry concealed permit, which means there are a lot of people that cannot carry in Massachusetts for whatever reason. They have to keep the gun in the house. Okay.
Yep.
But people that don't have any convictions and are clean, they can carry the weapon on them, but it has to be concealed. You can't show it to the public. So a woman can have it in a holster, over a blouse or a purse, a pocketbook that fits a small handgun in it. That's Massachusetts. There are other, like in Arizona, you can show that you have a gun.
Okay, so what about when you enter, like you want to, like, say if you don't have a car, you're on a bus, you want to carry your weapon with you, and
They don't have to know. You don't say anything. You've got a weapon. It's concealed.
But SERTA is federal though. Don't you need a federal
Doesn't
license?
matter. It's a constitution. It's the Constitution. It doesn't matter whether it's federal or state. It's the Constitution. Okay, so the Constitution says you can have a gun. So you go on a bus, even though it's a state run, whatever, you can still have one because the law says you can, but the weapon has to be concealed. I'm telling Mrs. Starks what?
Yeah. Yeah, my friend Patrick. Yeah, I am telling Mr. Stark.
About what?
I don't know. He did.
He sounds nice. Hit him up. Who?
Oh, he sounds nice. I hit him up.
Who sounds nice? I don't get it. Anyway, that's Massachusetts. There's a lot of regulations in Massachusetts. If they just follow the Constitution, they wouldn't have all these laws and regulations. It would be a much simpler way to live in that state. But they make it difficult. They make it difficult, and unfortunately, it's also unaffordable at this time.
Yeah.
People that make an average salary, whatever it is, 50, 60, 70,000 is not enough, especially if they have a family. It's not enough. And like I said before, if you have a family and it's 2 kids, family of 4, you have to make $300,000 in that state to be able to live comfortably. That's a lot.
We don't make that much over here.
Yeah, not a lot of people do.
Everybody's leaving.
Right.
Everybody's leaving Massachusetts.
Right.
Everybody's
and that's why
going.
they leave. Because
And
nobody.
they're not. I mean, look at it. I mean,
No.
they're leaving.
You know what, Dave? You've got millionaires leaving. If you've got millionaires leaving,
They're leaving too.
that's a sign right there that something is really wrong. Okay, if you've got millionaires that are leaving that can't even afford to live in Massachusetts comfortably the way they would like, they're going to leave. And they are. And there goes your tax base, because those people pay most taxes than anybody else. And that's all across the board in the country. All the millionaires in all the states pay the most in taxes. The state relies on them for their money. If they're going to go, you guys are in trouble. I'm telling you. It's
well,
not
yeah.
good.
Well, you got the
Not
well, like I said, if we're like, again, I'm going to bring up market rate housing. Okay, if even a millionaire, even the billionaires over here, they don't even want to rent these apartments over here.
Right, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't
They
either.
don't?
Because, no, I wouldn't. I would not invest. Like even in Swampscott, where the town bought a what Sean Fitzgerald calls waterfront property, which is a restaurant, and they bought it for $8 million that I've talked about before. They want to put housing in there, okay, and they want some views that they're going to sell at market rate, because that's what affordable housing is. You can have units where you can sell them for market rate. So if it's market rate, say it's $1 million that face the ocean, why would you want to buy $1 million unit next to Kings Beach, that is the dirtiest beach in the state? I
heard all about that King Beach over there.
Yeah, so I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't invest in something like that. I wouldn't. I mean, the value of that property is going to go down if you can't enjoy the water that you spent all this money on.
Yep.
Okay, and the same thing in Fall River. It's like you got people that are buying $1 million, a 3-family home, and a not so desirable end of town. It doesn't make sense.
Well,
like, why would they do
like
that unless there's some plan that's going on that they're trying to drive out? Because that's what they did in the North End in Boston as well. You got those so-called developers in there, and they bought out the people that lived in those units or buildings that they owned, drove them out, paid them off. And now you've got the North End that's a little bit different. They're going to do, sounds like they're doing
we have it the same thing over here. But like now, like wait a minute. Average of prices of homes in Swampscott is $80,000.
800,000. 800,000.
800,000. That's what he put.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's an average. That's an average of a home.
Right.
And
we said that. And we said that in the beginning, that the average home in Swampscott is $800,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
And but over here, I mean, we couldn't even afford. I couldn't even afford to buy a house.
Most
No
people, In
know,
Massachusetts, you can't. You can't.
you know, that's why I live in an apartment, because I ain't gonna,
Right.
I'm not gonna go and go buy a house and all of a sudden, boom, I'm getting hit with water storage, stormwater fees. Oh, over here, we have stormwater fees over here when it
I
rains
know.
out.
I couldn't believe
How
that.
is that? How is that? How is that?
That's weird. I never seen that before.
That's weird. We have stormwater fees, and and the stormwater fee went up $200 over here.
Wow. Do they actually
When it
use?
rains out, the rain goes down. We have to get rid of the stormwater fees. That's what we got to get rid of.
Yeah, but do they actually use it though? Do they actually use the storm water for water in that city?
Stormwater fees, yeah. When it rains out, when
Yeah,
it
no,
rains
but
out,
do
you know,
they
when it
use
rains
it?
out and the water drips down at the house.
Yeah. So does the city use it?
Yeah, the city uses it.
Oh, okay, that's why.
Yeah, so that was like $200, and we have to get rid of the stormwater fees.
Not if they use it. Not if they use it.
Because it's not feasible here.
It's not. You know, when you own a home, it's not just the utilities you have to worry about. If something breaks down, you got property fees. You have your property taxes. You have insurance that you have to pay. There's a lot that goes into owning a home. It's not that simple. Then you have to put in a down payment of 20%. So if the home costs $300,000, you have to come up with $60,000 to put down.
Yeah, and Scott Allen Donnelly says the average of a price of a Fall River home is 40. What is that, Linda?
400,000.
480,000.
It's like 500,000.
Linda.
I can't read that from my distance. Sorry, I cannot.
All right,
What
yeah.
did you say about that? 480 what?
480-000.
Right. What about it?
He
What did
said
he
that's
say?
the average of that's the prices in Fall River, average of
Oh, okay. We said that. Didn't we say that it was like about 500?
and Justin says about the fight, like come on, my generation, like, let me see here, about the fight, like my generation, yourself is trying to raise families, but paying rent or some kind of security is now the same thing with the kids going to cause
Can you put up the comment? Can you put it up like you did
I'm
before?
going to put up the comment.
You want a poll comment, David?
Oh, here it is. About the fight, like my generation, like yourself, try raise families, pay rent, some kind of security. Now the same thing with the kids going to cause chaos. Well, yeah. I mean, generationally, yes. So you've got, but I think that's all. I'm gonna say it's all part of the plan. It's all to keep everybody down while the others, keep doing what they're doing, and they have control. So people that say whatever they make, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year, that is not a good income in Massachusetts. You're going to rent out. Let's say you got kids, you rent out, and now you've got your kids. If you're staying in Massachusetts, they're going to have the same problem.
The stormwater, Scott and Dolly just put this one up. The stormwater fee was implemented by paying for mandated CSO project.
Combined sewer overflow project.
The what?
It was mandated to pay for the the stormwater fee was implemented to pay for the mandated CSO project, combined sewer overflow.
Combined. Oh, overflow. Wow. Yeah. Do you see how they are, the government? How
I see.
How they just get into everything. They can't even give you rainwater. They have to charge you for that too.
It's God. It's God's water, and they want to make money off the Lord.
My God.
They want to make money off of Him.
This is the Lord's water.
This is the Lord's water. Making money off of Him.
My goodness.
No wonder He's mad.
I think Jesus is happy about it.
I don't think. I honestly, I don't even think Jesus is happy about it because you're making money off of him. He's like, why
I
are you
mean,
charging me
seriously.
stormwater fee? I don't live down there.
Yeah, like that's what they do in Massachusetts. Everywhere you turn, they're gonna tax you on everything that you touch. You're gonna get taxed on. It's like, you know what? I'm just gonna stay home and not buy a thing, so I don't get taxed on it. It's crazy. It's
It
crazy.
is. No, it is. Annalisa, it is. It's nuts over here. I'm telling
It's so
you,
bad.
it's
It's
you know,
bad.
every time I open up my Facebook, city council meetings, all they do is fight, argue all the time about this, about that. I mean, what about us? I'm saying you're supposed to be representing us, and here you guys making a fool. Here they are, the city councilors and the mayor's office. They're all making a fool out of themselves over there in the city hall. I mean, come on. I mean,
see, like in Swampscott, for instance, what you have is a board, the select board, which consists of, I think, 5 people.
what is the select board? Tell me.
So a select board is like your city council. So we
Like for a
elect.
small town thing. It's like more
What?
what small towns, like small town would use
Yeah.
rather than municipal.
Yeah, so they have the
Some of them
select
have the
board.
same thing.
Hello, John.
And maybe a town manager. We don't have one right now. So we have an interim one, and but we never had one before. It was never an issue. But I told you about Sean Fitzgerald and what a joke he was. So
Oh yeah, Sean Big Show. Yeah, he's a big joke.
so before that, we just had a select board. I think it was like 5 people. But the problem with that, I think, is that the same people are always running from the same precincts. So I think what should happen in Swampscott, I believe there are 9 precincts, and I think every single precinct should have a representative, not just 4 or 5 that come from the same precincts all the time, because they're the ones that are in charge, basically, making all these policies that a lot of people don't agree with if they don't come from that precinct. So that's another problem that's an issue that is in Swampscott.
So let me see. Scott Allen Dolly's got one more. He's got a question for you. He says, "Ed, you can sit on your side."
Our state and federal legislation offered zero help to pay for the federally mandated CSO. Federally mandated, they should all be voted out. Instead, the voters continue to vote them in. Our state and federal offered zero to pay. Well, yeah, yes, they all should be voted out. I agree. Why do they continue to put in these people? I just don't understand it. I cannot make heads or tails out of why these people that are in office are still there. I just don't get it.
I don't understand why they're still there either. You know what I'm saying?
And
Because
the government and then another issue that I find is that the people they're like looking to the government to help them because they can't afford what is going on in Massachusetts. So they're looking for the government. Now it's the federal government that they're looking for because Massachusetts they're not making money. State isn't making money. So now they're looking for the feds. And now this is a problem. See, you have to, what's going on in Fall River, you have to look at what's going on in your community. If you cannot afford to live in your community, you have to change what is going on in your community. The feds aren't going to do it. The feds have other things that they need to worry about, which is federal things. They cannot go to each specific town and state and say, well, oh my God, they have a mandate over there where they have to charge for overflow of sewage water. Like they don't know any of these things. They don't. You think they know, they don't. It's impossible. Do you know how many districts and counties are in this country? Sadly, large majority of these politicians run. Yes, exactly. And that's another problem. They're running.
there is a large majority. Yeah, they're politicians. that run unopposed.
Yeah, but see, we said it before. It's because the Republicans and the Democrats are working together. So you don't have an opposition. You don't have an opposition party, so to speak. Okay,
Yeah.
so they're all working together because they're all in collusion because they want to stay in power. So this is the only thing that I can think of that people can do if they want to go vote. You should, even though you might not like the candidate, put your name on the line. They are discussing a $15 park tax. What?
Yeah, well, that's Maura Healey. It's Governor
Oh
Maura Healey
my
for you.
God, that is unbelievable.
Oh, that's what she's doing. That's her. I told you.
See, they also now are targeting the kids, the family unit. They want to break that up. That's the communists. That's what they do. They're good at that. They're very.
And let's also notice the narrative is that, babies children hold you down. Motherhood is oppressive.
Yes.
Raising your children is oppressive.
Right. And what about the men?
You're empowered by being able to rip your baby and kill it. No.
What about how they treat men? They're feminizing men. See how they're ruining the family unit. Okay.
And I wonder how much of the youth being out of control is absence of fathers.
Right. Yes, and that's huge. This is all done on purpose. Believe it or not, this is done on purpose to scrap the family unit because that's how families will fall apart and society will fall apart. And you have kids that are violent because they come from a one parent family home, which is usually the mother. The father is absent. You need to have the father. But now they're feminizing men. This is all intentional. This is all intentional.
Masculinity toxic.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they've got their nails in this in Massachusetts, and unfortunately, the DEI Maura Healey wants to keep. They want to keep it in the schools, LGBT, the indoctrination, all these things that is happening in Massachusetts, they want to keep, whereas President Trump wants to get rid of it. Now, how are you going to change the mindset of these liberals? I don't think you're going to. That's why.
I don't think you're going to either. I don't think you're going to change the mindset. Because once they have that mindset is on one thing, and it's it.
Right. And unless you have, like you said before, people get together and try to do something about it. Because if you, like I said, 3/4 of the registered voters in Boston didn't vote, that is bad. Okay. How the heck are you gonna get rid of the Communist Party if 3/4 of you don't vote? How is this gonna happen? How is anything gonna happen?
These people don't bother voting, Annalisa.
How is this gonna happen? And I bet you
some of the people in Fall River, I'll tell you. You know what I'm saying?
We got a ballot box. Show up or shut up.
I'm gonna vote for this one. Well, I don't like what you're saying. Well, we have a ballot box. Get to the ballot box and fight at the ballot box.
But you know what? If you don't
make a change.
Right, but if you don't like anybody, like what happened with Michelle Wu in 2021,
Michelle Wu.
There were two candidates. I forget the other one. I think she was a woman as well, and 3/4 didn't show up because they didn't like either one of the candidates. Obviously, right? They didn't like them, or else if they did, they would have gone to vote. So what do you do in a case like that? You don't like the candidates. Instead of not showing up to vote.
Well, if you don't like the candidate, you still show up to vote. I'm saying
right, but on the ballot paper, there's a line that you can write in a candidate. Write in your name and check off and give yourself a vote. So that takes the vote away from those other 2 or 3 or whatever that you might not like. Put your own name on there and vote for yourself. That's it. I mean, if you don't go, you are giving the vote to these people that you don't like. You are
Listen, everybody out there. When it's time to vote, please put me in as write me in as a city council, please. So that way we can take all the votes away from other people. Put me in as city council, please. Write me in.
Right. You can do that. You don't have to vote for the people that are running for office. You can put anybody on the line. There's a line there. You can fill in yourself. If you know and you like somebody else, you like Dave, and he's giving you permission to do it, that's what you do. Do it. You don't like the others, put his name on there, write it in, and give him a vote. What can you do? Like,
yeah.
what
Well,
can
I just said that for me. I do. So give me a vote. I mean, hey,
he's not really running. It's just for example.
Yeah, but you don't have. You don't have to
have nomination papers
to get a vote. You can just, if you don't like the candidates. This is my suggestion strategy. I believe that if you
write myself in.
You can write out. I can put in my own name on the line and give myself a vote. That's it. And you
David Mead for mayor.
Right. And you take away the vote from the ones you don't like. Because if you don't vote, you're giving them the vote. Just like the people that didn't show up for the mayoral contest, the election.
People said that I am voting for Annalisa.
3/4 of them voted for Michelle Wu, and not really, but they did. In a way, I'm voting.
I think they like you.
So I mean that's what you do. I mean, I don't know. You got to think of strategies. You have to think of ways. If there is no candidate, how can I go and vote but not vote for him? Write in somebody. Write your own name.
Writing in David Mead for King of the Flint election.
There you go. There you go.
Why? Because they know what I do down here.
Right. That's the point. That's the point. You got, like in Fall River, you've got people like Dave and maybe others that are out there that are saying, I don't like what's happening. I want to change. I can't do this. I can't do that. It's expensive. Is it, da, da, da. You got to find those like-minded people and you got to get together and, like I said, they don't have to run, but if Dave is saying go ahead, then go ahead. Put his name in there. You're going to get elected. Next thing you know, you're going to be in the city council for the Flint section.
I'm going to guarantee you that I'm going to have people vote me in. I'm going to have people write me in for city council. I'm going to have people write me in for mayor. Watch. Every 2 years they do this.
Right.
All the time they do it.
Well, then they're gonna get who's this David Mead? Who is he? He's not even running. Why is everybody voting for him? Why are they putting him in the line? You're gonna get attention that way, and they're not gonna like it. Let me tell you. I'm telling you, these people, they want to keep us quiet. They want.
I'm not keeping quiet for no one.
You can't do it because that's what they want. They win if that's what they do. And they will find every nook and cranny and every excuse they can in the book to get you, because I've experienced it. All right. So, I mean, I was even charged by the town of Swampscott, by the police, because I was standing out there just doing a standout and I was doing a video. And next thing I know, I look in the mail and I've got charges against me, and all false charges. Yeah. And the police chief, because by law you can get the police report. They wouldn't give it to me.
Yep.
They wouldn't give it to me. So no, I had to go get an attorney who was able to get it. And she read it to me and I'm like, those are all lies. They were lies they were making stuff up about me. And luckily I had a video to show what happened that day, because the police claimed on the police report that they showed up that day and said something to me, but they never did. But they didn't. And it shows on the video that they never showed up, but they said that they don't. But this is the police. This is the police saying this.
Well, the police, yeah.
Okay, the police said they showed up and they didn't. Never. They never approached us, nothing that day. Okay. And what they did was they clumped these 2 or 3 days into one police report.
Yeah.
Okay, they never approached any of us about these so-called charges, which were all made up. Okay, and like I said,
Annalise, for governor. Whoa, they want you to run for governor.
oh boy, I don't know.
They want you to run for governor of Massachusetts.
Whoa,
because they
I'm telling you, if I was governor of Massachusetts, let me tell you, right now, I would be a friend of President Trump.
That's
it.
Well, we got Patrick Cook. We got.
I will be working with President Trump.
They all love they all love President Trump. Every single one.
Well, I will be working with President Trump. I will get rid of the DEI. I will get rid of the illegals. I will take away all those ridiculous. You can't charge or arrest drug dealers. That is all going to go. If I was the governor, that crap is all going to go. Your taxes are going to go down. I'm going to try to bring in businesses again so people can have jobs, and maybe you can get a stupid house for a change instead of renting all the time.
Well, maybe we can get a house cheaper.
Right, and then you can get a house cheaper. Right, exactly. Free market.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, because I would love a house. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I would love a house to live in, and I got the credit to do it with.
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. Well, me and my wife can get a house together, not a room. Oh, you guys.
Oh, don't stop.
Oh,
Stop.
well, John Pacheco said he'll get rid of the DEI.
Yes, I would.
DEI has to go.
In a heartbeat, I would get rid of it. And that's the thing. When I did a standout in Swampscott, I was against the LGBTQ crap.
Oh, the LGBT, yeah.
And the flag that they had underneath the American flag was driving me nuts. And the BLM flag. I'm like,
I remember the BLM flag.
God. And then they were targeting the kids. It was driving me crazy. They drew everybody crazy up there in Swampscott. Well, not everybody, but that's what drew them over the edge about me, was that I did not like the LGBTQ being forced or taught to the kids.
Yeah.
And they were pushing it. And I remember the BLMers were there. The BLM supporters were there one day, or they're always there. But one day,
I remember one time you were live one time, and one of the BLMs they were trying to go up to you and talk to you. Right, you were over on the island.
Yeah, they actually one day. They actually went over to the park where the kids were playing, because there was an elementary school there. They were over there talking to them.
Yeah, indoctrinating the kids.
They were talking to the kids.
Yeah.
And I saw them, and I was in that, the monument area, and I yelled, and I'm like, don't listen to them.
They're crazy.
Don't listen to them.
Yeah, and honestly though, I honestly, Annalisa, I remember. And you remember down here in Fall River when they had Pride Night over here?
Yes.
I remember that. Honest to God, I was like, I only walked on it with my American flag. I had a Jesus shirt on, and they got all offended.
my God.
And the
You would
cross
think
had
it
on
was
the
the end of
picture
the
of my
world.
daughter.
Linda was there too, and your
Cross had
son
on
was
the
there.
picture of my daughter.
Do you remember? I had a sign. Do you remember what it was? And they thought it was something else. Do you remember what it
Yes,
said?
I remember.
Yeah, they thought
What
it was
is it?
something else.
Reading is fundamental, folks.
And he
What
had a
did
guy,
I
and he had a
say?
guy, and I remember he had a guy saying, "Oh, Jesus loves me. Oh, Jesus loves me."
Look
And
at
he's
your
doing this.
shirt.
I'm
Look
like,
at your
"Oh my
shirt.
God."
It says Jesus on. This was what when they had Pride Month. This was Pride Month, right?
This
Wasn't
was
it Pride?
this is Pride Month I'm talking
It was
about.
Pride
This
Month.
one
It was
lady came who approached us. And
yeah. It was
June.
June.
At the cross, oh, we shove religion down people's throats.
Oh wait, yeah, we're shoving religion down people's throats.
Because you had Jesus.
And well, the police officer, the
Do you
police
remember
officer was nice.
Yes,
I'm gonna give the
we
police
were
officer,
we
he was
were.
nice. He said, look, because he knew who I was, and he said, Dave, he says, go across the street over there, please. I said, well, I mean, we went, but they followed us over there.
Yeah, we did go across the street, but the policeman said, let them have their day. That bugged me.
That's
that
what we
bugged
did.
me.
We let them have their day.
Yeah,
but they,
and it's
they-
like,
they
oh,
walked-
okay, all right. So, but I didn't want to go too far away. I asked if I could go up the stairs there. I think it was City Hall. Is that the building that was
It was
there?
City
That is
Hall.
City Hall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where they had the festival for the gay people, right? That's
Yeah.
where that day, that's where they had it there.
But instead of them focusing on their festival, they were following us across the street.
Do you remember that one girl who told me go home? You probably with mom and dad have a curfew. I laughed at her. I'm like, you telling me go home? That's rich.
Do you remember? I want to know what my sign said. I forgot. Tell me.
It was it had the word tyranny on it. They mentally forgot the first Y.
They forgot the first Y.
Why? I don't know.
What's it?
They thought it said something about trans.
It
But
didn't.
It did say.
It didn't.
It didn't say anything about that, but that's what they thought.
That was funny, man. I was laughing. I said, "Oh my God!" I said, "These
I
people
didn't know
are
what
crazy."
they were talking about until you said, "Oh my God, they think your sign says trans," and I'm looking at it like, "Oh my God."
No.
Yeah.
There was no epithet against anybody.
Oh my God.
That
I
was
forgot.
funny though, down there at the city hall,
That
though.
was
People looking for an offense would not exist.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, that's what they were looking for. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what the? I mean, what
Why
is
are you
this?
doing this? Why are you doing this? And it's like,
We're
what
not
are you
doing
doing?
nothing. We
the
wasn't
same-
doing nothing
the
at
same
all.
What were we doing?
Everybody to say we start doing this on people's phones.
Oh, that was
Well, how
costly.
about the chats on different live streams tear people like the Cincy treated like she tore people apart in that one.
I mean, that was ridiculous. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, I have my First Amendment right. I have the right to wear a Jesus
Right.
shirt. Okay.
Right. Oh,
And I
yes.
have the right to carry my American flag around.
And I have a right to carry my sign too.
That's right. You
No
have
matter
the
what
right to
you
carry your
said.
sign around.
Well, just as okay, you're going to carry that sign around. I'm going to carry my sign.
Oh, look
Both
at
ways.
look what it
They're
says.
saying, oh no.
They're planning
No.
on drag queen
We're
story
still
hour
doing that?
on the trolley.
No, they're
Norbert
not.
Barrier
He-
is
Scott
driving.
is a joker.
Scott is a joker. Scott is a joker.
He likes to joke reactions.
Oh, that's funny. Taking the video for FRG TV. What's FRG mean?
FRC TV.
friggin'
That's the
TV.
former government TV.
Oh, I thought it was free.
Yeah, they want Scott Allen Donnelly's a joker. He is. He's a joker.
I really hope that stuff is it gone now over there, or is it still happening? That crap.
We haven't even heard any of it,
Oh, good.
so we haven't. But I mean, as far as the kids go, I mean, we don't want our kids to be indoctrinated either. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So as far as they go,
that was I have to say that in Swampscott, I don't know about Fall River, but in Swampscott, that was
Do they still have it up there?
I'm not sure. They still have on their website, the town's website, they still talk about DEI. Yeah.
Oh, they're still talking about DEI.
Yeah. I don't know if they're going to have Pride Month, which is, again in June. I don't know if they're going to still be doing that in Swampscott. It'd be interesting to see if they're going to still celebrate that in Massachusetts. I'm wondering if they're going to still celebrate that.
Well, Jared Carson, you want to know what about Bank Street Armory? Well, Bank Street Armory, that was already that's already sold already. So
What is that? A gun shop?
Huh?
What is that? A gun shop?
No, it's Bank Street Armory.
What's Bank Street Armory?
It's
It's a building where they used to hold, where the community development used to be located.
Yeah, well, used to.
Oh, it's really old. It's really old.
It's a really old building. If you look it up, you'll see it. It's a really old building. They used to have wrestling in it. They used to do the Halloween. They used to do the boxing, professional boxing and stuff over there, professional wrestling, and
Really?
that whole thing.
Is it gone?
Huh?
Is it gone?
The building's there.
It's
It's not fixable.
Oh.
It's an
it's
historical
fallen
building.
into severe disrepair.
Oh, it's a historical building, so they can't touch it. So there's no entertainment like you used to have at one point.
There's no more entertainment
There's
like we used
nothing?
to have in there.
Well, that's what they're doing in Swampscott. They're getting rid of all that stuff. They're doing the same thing.
And that's
The
that's pretty bad,
restaurant, the inn, the theater, and other businesses now that were there that the town bought and demolished one of them, and they're probably going to demolish another. So all these businesses that were once there are like disappearing. The small
Yeah,
businesses.
well, that's good. Well, the Bank Street Armory. Let me see. Said something about the Bank Street Armory. The Bank Street Armory was built to a house in the city of Milton.
That was the city militia originally. Oh yeah, that's what it sounded like. The armory. It sounded like some kind
Yeah.
of.
But they used to have wrestling there. I mean, matter of fact, when I was a little bit younger, my father used to bring me over there, and he used to pay for the tickets. Just sit down and have popcorn and stuff over there. I used to watch wrestling all the time because that was my thing. That still is my thing. Wrestling will always be my thing, and that's it.
Well, guys like.
I
that
love
stuff.
wrestling.
Yeah,
Wrestling is great.
I used to watch it with my father every Saturday morning.
Yeah.
When I liked it. I don't like it anymore, but I did like it then.
Yeah,
they're getting rid of everything that we were when we were that growing up that we could enjoy. We went to the movie theater in Swampscott. There was a Captain Jack's Inn. If you wanted to visit the town, you could stay someplace. You could go in the water, you could enjoy the beach, you could do all these things, and now you can't do any of those things in Swampscott.
Well, John Pacheco says that I watched Hulk Hogan fight at that Bank Street Armory. Hulk Hogan used to fight at that Bank Street Armory a lot.
Wow.
Believe it or not,
I used to see him on TV. He's still around. He's a Trump supporter, actually.
Yes, he is a Trump supporter. Matter of fact, when he was at the convention. When we were watching the convention, and we used to go like that. He was all mad. He was like,
I saw him at the airport at the Logan Airport one time. I remember seeing him there too. He seemed nice. He was kind of big, tall. He's tall.
Robert De Niro didn't like Trump at all. Robert De Niro. He was a scumbag. He didn't like Trump at all. Okay.
The most of them don't. Most of them.
Don't. But the guy that played Rocky Balboa and the boxing, he likes Trump.
Yeah, he does. He likes Trump.
And then the other one too, the one that played. I'm trying to think. He played as a crazy person, as a detective, and he likes
Al Pacino. Al Pacino. Al Pacino.
Not Al Pacino. He played on Lethal Weapon. What was his name?
I don't know Lethal Weapon.
He's with Trump right now on his team. Well, people are saying like Pat Patterson and Chief Jay Strongbow and all.
Oh yeah, Chief Jay Strongbow. I remember him.
Man, he was Chief Jay Strongbow was actually great.
Yeah, you know who I liked? Scotty.
Mel Gibson. Nick Stone told me.
Mel Gibson. Oh, okay.
He's on Trump's team. Mel Gibson.
You know who I like? Roddy Rod Piper.
Roddy Piper, the Piper's Pit. Oh yeah.
He was.
Roddy Piper. He was a nut. The Piper's Pit. Oh my God.
Oh, he would come out with that skirt.
Oh yeah, that wasn't a skirt. That was a what was it? They wear
the Scottish thing. Yeah, the Scottish
kilt. That's what they call. They
still, I mean,
never call a skirt to a Scotsman is offensive.
Oh, I can't call.
Well, that's what it looks like. It looks like a skirt.
Yeah, you got to call it a kilt, not a skirt.
Oh gosh, I loved him. I couldn't wait for him to come on. He was such a showman.
Yeah. I mean, he used to come on. He used to come on every Saturday. You know?
Yeah.
The Junkyard Dog from Tiverton.
What?
The Junkyard Dog from Tiverton.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, I forgot about all that. That's them. They're Andre the Giant. Andre
the Giant. Yeah. He had a small heart. He died.
Yeah, he did.
Andre the Giant. Did you ever see? Do you know
how hard? If he's over 7 feet tall, how hard the side of the fist had to work to pump blood through his body?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, if it had a small heart, I would say it wouldn't last very much longer. So
yeah, he did.
There were a bunch of deaths on the wrestling. There was Brent. One of them was Brent. He was doing a stunt.
Yep.
And the rope broke, and he hit his head on that pole of the ring, the steel pole. He hit his head and died instantly.
Owen Hart.
Owen Hart. That was Bret.
Yes. Oh, right.
Yeah, that was Bret Hart's
yes.
brother.
Right. That's what.
And Jim the Anvil Nighthawk. They were also. I think that was the uncle.
There was another guy too that was on. They say he was on steroids and he killed his wife and daughter or something like that.
You're not talking about the Ultimate Warrior.
I don't know. I'm not. That doesn't ring a bell. But yeah, he killed himself too, right? And the whole family. He killed the family and himself.
Ultimate Warrior.
Oh, I don't know whose name.
I don't think it was the Ultimate Warrior, because the Ultimate Warrior used to take steroids. Rick Marshall.
They probably all did.
And Ricky Johnson. I know them all.
Yeah.
I used to and Chief Jay Strongbow. I used to go to he owned a bar down on Rodman Street. I think it was off of Rodman Street. And my father used to bring me over there. He used to have fish and chips and stuff, and not fish and chips, chorizo and chips, and a big glass of soda.
Soda, of course.
Yeah, soda. Yeah,
that was our diet. Man. They had.
I just, but I'm gonna say that though, but we have to get rid of a lot of these. We gotta get rid of. We're looking to get rid of the mayor. We're looking to get rid of some of the city councilors. If
you want to get rid of them, you can get rid of them if you want to, but you have.
I could.
You have to have a bunch of people to think the same way to be able to execute some kind of strategy so that you can get rid of them. And President Trump would say too big to rig. So you have to get most of the people to go and vote to be able to get rid of them. How else? How are you going to do
that's why I'm trying to say we people's power, right? We are the people, okay? We have the power, okay? We have the power to vote these people out.
Yes.
Because if we keep on voting these people in, guess what's going to happen? Okay,
Nothing.
we're gonna every 2 years we're gonna get the same old stuff over and over and over
No,
again.
you know what? If Fall River can accomplish what they want to accomplish and change what is going on there, you guys could be an example for the rest of the state. If you are able to accomplish and overturn most of the people that are in there that you don't like and take away the votes from the ones that you don't like and start all over again, I mean, you could be an example for the rest of the state on how to do it, to get rid of this stronghold and stranglehold that this uni party has.
Yeah. I mean, we have to get everybody. We have to get everyone together to get rid of these, because what happens is if we keep voting these people in, we're going to get the same every 2 years.
And even if it's a Republican, be careful. Be careful if there's an R next to the name. They might not really be one. So you really have to ask a lot of questions. Just don't.
We have there's all Democrats inside there. There is.
Don't assume because somebody's a Republican that they see it the same way you do. They're most likely are not going to, because the liberal Democrats, the ones that are in there now, do not want a candidate that supports President Trump. They don't want him. They don't. Even the Republican Party doesn't like them in Massachusetts. That's why you're having such a hard time getting people to run against these people, because they don't want them to run.
David and I, he's chair and treasurer. I'm the co-chair for the Fall Republican City Committee, Ward 5. This group was all on to get Trump into office.
Right.
We were all in.
They don't want
We were
it.
all in on that. So yeah, I am the chair and treasurer of the Republican committee.
So that
the whole city committee.
The whole city committee.
No, but just for the ward.
Just for the Ward 5.
Okay.
Just for Ward 5.
So they want him out. They don't like President Trump, right?
No, actually, this committee was all gung ho against Trump in office.
Oh yeah.
We had standouts and everything.
We had standouts, everything all over the place.
Oh, okay. So your ward wanted.
My committee was all in on this.
All in.
They were all in.
Okay,
but
I think you're the exception. Okay, because I really don't like. For instance, in Swampscott, that's not the case.
This was a unicorn, so to speak.
This was a unicorn, so to speak.
Yeah, because I said that I think it's a party chair now. She is from Marblehead, that's right next to Swampscott, and she works in DC, but she works for the others. She's not working for President Trump. Okay. But she's the head chair for the Republican Party in the state. So that's what you've got. You've got the Democrats that don't like him, and now you've got the Republicans in Massachusetts that don't like him either. So, and then, like, for instance, there was one guy a few years ago when I was running, there was another guy who supposedly, was down in DC January 6th. And because that got out in the newspaper, he didn't win the election. They do it on purpose so that these people can't get in. They do it on purpose. What's White Lotus?
I have no idea.
Pull comment off.
So the Republicans
White Lotus question mark
are against
what you're speaking of.
I'm not sure what you're speaking of either.
The Republicans in Massachusetts are against their own Republicans that are running, especially if they like Trump. They put out dirt on this poor guy, and he didn't get in.
Yeah.
There's another dirty secret on the Mass GOP.
That's the game that they play. That's why, somebody made a comment about there are no contenders, there are no oppositions.
I don't know if you saw.
That's what I'm saying. You've got a uni party there that's strong, working on the same thing, both parties working on the same thing, and there's a collusion going on, and the people don't have a voice.
Did you know, Annalisa, that GOP legislators in the Mass General Court make a devil's bargain to vote for Democrats,
Right. Exactly.
even
Yeah.
against their own party's interest, to
Yes.
get bipartisan support in bills.
Yes.
It's a bargain with the devil.
Yep. That's what they do. I mean, that's why it's the way it is in Massachusetts. That's the games that they play. So
This was covered by the Boston Broadside. I forgot which edition it was, but it was printed there.
The people have to be smarter. They have to get together, and they have to have a strategy. And you can't tell them what you're doing because they're going to screw it up. You know what I mean? You can't go public with it. You know, you just have to really keep it low key so that they don't get the wind of what is happening, because they're going to ruin it. They will ruin it. They will. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no question about it. They just don't like President Trump, and they don't like his supporters either. In Massachusetts, they don't like him. So.
Okay, Brian Gilman again. Let me see. Brian, all right. Does anyone know how was the fight at the bus terminal? I already explained myself already. Okay. And the
What does
fight
that mean? How was the fighting? What does that mean? Who won?
High school kids,
security guard got hurt.
Fight outside. Security guard tried to break it up. He got attacked and fell and banged his head on the cement.
Yeah, the security guard got hurt.
And I think
the kids apparently showed no remorse for what happened.
Yeah. So the kids over there don't show no remorse on what happened. You know, they were all laughing when the security guard
fell.
You know, got knocked down, his head smacked against cement and everything.
They don't want me for that, mama.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something, okay? Now that security guard, okay, is in a hospital, okay? That security guard's in a hospital. I'm hoping that security guard is okay.
He's probably feeling dizzy.
Okay,
I heard that.
He was feeling dizzy. I hope that security guard don't have a concussion, because if that security guard has a concussion, okay, you know,
he can't seem to go back to work for one.
So
if that's the case,
he ain't gonna be able to go back to work. But I'm gonna tell you, I'm hoping that the police find out who did it. Okay.
And there's real consequences.
And there's real consequences.
Right.
And
well, you have to follow up on it and make sure that whoever did it gets punished, because if they don't get punished, they're going to do it again. It could even be
public transit service was done at.
This is a public transit was done at.
Disabled families. There's a lady with a baby just sitting on the bench at the bench adjacent to mine.
But see, that's what thugs do. They target on people that are vulnerable. This is what they do. So
I've seen these high school kids. I'm not painting all the broad brush, but a certain of them, they'll horse around and play fight inches away from a patron inside the public transit hub, and I didn't care that they're cause that person possible injury.
Annalisa, I think I sent you the video.
Yeah, they don't. These people don't care about
it. I can't show the video over here because
they're thugs. So you have to have the law enforce the rules. You have to have the law enforced so that they get punished. They have to get punished.
Even when no trespass orders are issued, they're not giving teeth.
You can't just let them go. Because
these kids, they need to be punished.
Yep,
they do. They need to be punished. The parents, and now if this security guard, okay, if this security guard cannot go back to work, now I think the parents, okay, should pay, the security guard's wages, okay. and pay for his
There
hospital.
should be
bill.
something. There should be some consequence for it, or else, even the kids have them pay for it. If they go to work, they can garner their wages as well. So if they're old enough, they can do that as well. And so there's got to be something, some consequence for these kids. If they don't get it at home and they're lawless on the streets, then it's going to have to be the law that's going to do it. If they don't know right from wrong, then they're going to have to learn it somehow.
I mean, these are high school kids are doing it.
Yeah,
You know, but I already got in touch with the school committee, Colin Dias, and Colin Dias is going to take my video, and he's going to see if he can put it on agenda, and and he's going to let me know, so that way I can go over to the city council and talk freely about it.
Now, why did you go to the school committee with that video?
Well, because it was the kids. It was the high school kids.
Oh, okay.
So
you knew it was the high school
committee-
kids.
So the school kids. So the school kids have. So the city. So the school committee has a lot to do with it. But I don't understand why that they put a security guard over there. Okay.
High school students are served by high school students in the city are served by the public transit bus company if they don't have private transportation in school.
And I don't know why that they put a security guard over there when they should have a police officer over there all the time. Even the police officers don't even want to take that job.
Yeah, because there's probably no pay in it. But
there is. There is a pay in it, but they don't want it because the high school kids from Durfee, when they go there, they ask up.
The cops should not be afraid of high school kids. I mean, that's ridiculous. Okay, there's got to be another reason for it. Luckily, they didn't have any weapons on them, and I'm going to say it again. I'm going to reiterate it. People need to carry weapons, whatever that is. Legally, that can be done in Massachusetts. Yeah, that too. But if they assault a security guard and they're going to come after you, you have to find a way to defend yourself. And
I defend myself really good.
That can be. I'm talking about women though too. It's not just men like you.
Well, I mean,
they're not gonna attack you, David. They're not going to attack you, David. Okay, they're going to go after the woman with the kids or the disabled or that's how they are. They're cowards. That's what they do.
I have osteoarthritis. Most colors of my right knee is gone.
Yeah, so that's what they're looking for. That so she has to carry something.
I don't like even being around these. My husband's not there.
Okay, but if you need to go someplace, you have to carry something with you. Find out how. I think there's a certain length of.
I can get mace for them.
4-inch knife. I think you can carry on you in Massachusetts, something like that. A mace you can carry as well. You need to have
a license for that. You know what I'm saying?
No, you don't need a license for mace anymore.
Not like before.
Yeah. So now you can have mace. You have to have these things. A woman has to have something. You cannot go out with nothing because they're vulnerable, period. I don't care if it's a little girl, a teenager, a woman, a young woman, an older woman. I don't care what age it is. They're vulnerable.
Well, my brother just told me that
check this out, David.
That my brother just told me that my mom went out and my mom's 80-something years old and tried to
Massachusetts page.
They tried to some guy tried to abduct my mother.
I believe it.
I believe it. Look at all this.
Look at the
I know.
Look at all those poor peasants without cars.
If you're going to rely on the police, you're making a mistake. Okay.
I mean,
you're going to rely on the security guard. You are making a mistake. you have to be armed somehow. It doesn't have to be a gun. Has to be, you have to carry something, because that's a deterrent. If these thugs know that you might have
These are
something,
little thugs. That's what they are.
right? But if they know that you might have something and you use pepper spray on them, believe me, they're not going to come again. But
Well,
if you do nothing and you're running scared and you are relying on a security guard and you're waiting for the
I don't
police,
rely on nobody. I
they're
stick by
going, those thugs are going to come back because they know it's going to take time for the police to get there, and they're going to do their thing while you're vulnerable. I keep saying it over and over and over and over again. I'll keep saying it, that the people in Massachusetts are brainwashed into thinking that they cannot have any kind of weapon to protect themselves. It's a mistake. It's a mistake, and you're going to pay for it. You will. You have to carry something. If, unfortunately in Massachusetts, you have to have a concealed weapon. Your weapon has to be concealed. So they don't even know if you're carrying a weapon. But if it was showing, I'm telling you, those kids would think twice about doing what they did at that bus station. If they could see a gun on somebody's hip, they wouldn't have done it. They wouldn't have done it.
Well, we were inside the bus terminal when all this went down, when all this happened.
Well, I'm talking.
But there was also
outside. The people that were outside, the women with the kids. Yeah. I mean, hello.
There's kids around there.
And elderly and all that. Don't you think you should have something just in case, especially if you know things have happened there before? Why would you want to go to some place like that and not be armed and be defenseless? Why?
Well, I mean, we go to a bus terminal. We go to a bus terminal. Oh, Nick Stone says she's 100% right. You should carry. He's telling you, you're 100% right.
Yes, whatever it is. Like I said, it doesn't have to be a gun. If you're not comfortable with a gun, a lot of women aren't.
Well, I'm not comfortable. The reason why I'm not comfortable. The reason why I'm going to tell you. The reason why I'm not comfortable with a gun, because I'm afraid I might use it.
In Massachusetts, there's a law that the only time you can use if you pull out a gun in Massachusetts, you have to shoot, by the way. You cannot pull out a gun and threaten somebody with a gun. You're going to get arrested. Yeah. If you pull out a gun, you have to shoot in that state.
And I don't want to shoot anybody.
So you're going to have to think twice about using the gun. You're going to have to shoot.
I'll use mace. And spray somebody right in the face.
You can have mace, and I think you can carry a knife as well. So like I said, if you're not comfortable with a gun, there are other things you can carry on you. And mace is legal. So you can have that in Massachusetts.
I was in basic training in the Marine Corps anyway, so I don't need that kind of training. And I mean, it's
they have that. I mean, again, depends on the state. So I'm pretty sure that they have mace in the gun stores in Massachusetts. I don't know if they can sell it anyplace else. Walmart sometimes.
Well, I'll just ask my friend Nick Stone. I think he sells it.
So so you have to have something. I don't care. You cannot go out with nothing on you. You just can't do it. Especially women. Guys, they're not going to target. Women, they're going to target.
Women are going to target other women, and they're also going to target the disabled.
The elderly, they're going to target these people. Okay, I mean, I've heard horror stories on TV how they target the elderly. They can't defend themselves. How are they going to defend themselves? They can't. That's who they go after.
Nick Stone, how much you sell your pepper spray for?
I don't think they're that expensive. Like $10, $12.
I have to see a physical therapist twice a week right now.
Yeah, Nick Stone, how much is your pepper spray?
But I have to meet certain requirements health-wise to be able to have it.
No, not a.
I'll touch you later, Nick.
Not pepper spray, you don't. A gun, yes.
No,
not
I'm,
pepper spray.
I'm saying I'm in need of surgery. I'm now in physical
Yeah.
therapy
She
twice
is.
per week. I'm going tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going with
Oh,
her
but you can
tomorrow.
have pepper spray if somebody
Every
comes.
promotion.
If somebody comes near you and you feel threatened, you take out the spray and you spray them. I mean,
Well, I'm gonna be with her.
I'm explaining how I struggle with what I got right now. And I don't want to be
Right.
sitting duck.
right. That's what I'm saying. So if Dave should get one for
Oh,
himself
big
and
guy
for
to
you and your son as
Basket.
well.
Agreed.
What?
Oh, Nick, you're making me laugh over here. I asked how much you selling your pepper spray. I didn't say I didn't. I asked how much what your pepper spray was,
Good grief.
and he says $1.69 a pound at Market Basket for greens. You're a funny man, Nick.
So anyway, I carry one as well, and I think you can. I think it can be visible in Massachusetts, so you can carry it so that people can see it.
Yeah.
They stay away. Believe me, they'll stay away from you. They
But
don't
now,
want to be.
again, I would have to. But now I gotta see if I can carry it at my work. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm part of the union.
Yeah. Well, no,
Yeah.
not your work is different. I'm saying that when you're out and about on your own, and there's no protection, and you feel vulnerable, you go to places that something might happen. You should have something with you.
Yeah, I should have pepper spray with me.
You
Yeah,
should have something. You can't just not go.
You're right.
You know,
I agree.
you can't. You have to take responsibility. This is how you take responsibility for yourself. Instead of waiting for the cops, instead of waiting for the security, instead of the. I mean, I did the same thing until I started doing those standouts, and I realized that the cops are useless.
Yeah, well, cops are used sometimes.
Okay,
And,
I mean, I'm
and-
like, what are these people doing? I didn't understand it. So it's like, and then I'm like, you know what? I got to go get something because these cops aren't going to do anything. If something happens, they're not going to be around. It's going to be
Yeah.
too late. It's going to be too late. They're not protecting
That
me.
is true, of course. No,
They're not
they're not.
protecting
Yeah,
me.
I mean,
Protecting themselves.
cops cannot be everywhere. Okay, they
Right.
can't be here. They can't be there. Cops have to. Once they get a call, they got to go someplace else. Okay,
Right.
They got to
So,
do this. They gotta do
Look,
that.
you can't rely on anybody. Okay.
No, not
I
anymore.
mean, you can't. It's just it's a mistake. It's a mistake. You really have to be self-sufficient. You if you have a job, make sure you save your money and don't spend it on stupid stuff. Of course, you can enjoy yourself, but save it.
I'm going to go to Boston the 27th.
Yeah, so you can enjoy yourself, obviously, and then save it though too. Make sure you save it. And you've got something for a rainy day. If something happens, you're not going to freak out. You've got something in the bank, and stop relying on the government, for this, that, and the other thing. They're not going to be there. They're not going to. Okay, it's going to be tough.
Oh.
It's tough.
But I am, but I mean, I am, going to hold politicians accountable for their actions, though.
Well, and they're elected officials. Yeah,
They're elected officials, even the new ones. But I mean, again, we
Even the new
don't
ones.
want to keep electing these people. Okay, the Fall River keeps on electing these people all the time. They expect a different results. They're not gonna get different results.
It's called
They're gonna
insanity.
get
That's
the
called
same
insanity.
result.
That's insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is called insanity. I wanted to say something. Well, the homeless thing that you were talking about.
Oh yeah, the homeless thing. Yeah.
That is another business for the government, by the way. Okay, that they make money on that. The government does not care about you. Period. They don't care if you're homeless. They don't care if you're disabled. And look what they do in Massachusetts in the Mass Health. If you are disabled or whoever's on Mass Health, if you use it, they are keeping tabs on how much money you are spending to go see a doctor or to get operated on or whatever on their dime. They are actually keeping a tab on it. So don't think just because you have Mass Health that you're getting all these services for free. Okay, they are keeping a tab on everything that you use it for. And if they ever find out you've got money in the bank, or you're living in a home, or your parents have a home, they're coming after you to get that money back.
Well,
I don't know if you know that.
no,
But a lot of people don't know that. They
Yeah.
just think they've got a free ride, that they can just do whatever they want on Mass Health. No.
Well,
That's
the
not true.
illegal aliens think they can do whatever they want because
They are
because
doing
they're
whatever they
supporting
want.
them.
They are doing that. They are doing that.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're doing whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? People in Massachusetts, some of the people in Massachusetts, okay, they can't even the part-time workers, they cannot even get food stamps, because you want to know why? Because they deal with the illegal aliens all the time. Okay, it's always about them all the time. I mean, you know, that's why we are fighting to get them out of here. That's why Trump
Yes, I know, but I'm going to say this again. You can't rely on the government, okay? If you're on food stamps and you need some help, okay, I can understand people having a rough spot 1-2 years or whatever. But being on food stamps for a lifetime, you're also draining the system, okay? So at some point, you have to get off this system of relying on the government to help you pay for this, that, and the other thing that you can't afford. You got to find a way to make more money, and save it, so that you're not always relying on the government. The government's not going to be there for you. They're not. They're not going to be there.
Well, yeah, well, true, but I'm saying that, you know, but I'm talking about the part-timers, okay? The
Even
part-timers,
the part-timers, them too.
the part-timers are struggling really, really bad.
Of course. How
You know?
can you live in a state that requires you to make $300,000 and you're working part-time? Of course you're going to struggle. Yeah.
I mean, that's not right.
Bad. Really bad.
I think the part-timers, if they go to apply for food stamps, I think the part-timers should be able to get food stamps, regardless. You know what I'm saying? They're working.
I mean, again,
system.
this is the problem with Massachusetts. My opinion. This is my opinion. The government wants you dependent on them. If you can't make it, the government, you're going to have to run to the government. If you can't pay your electricity, go to a government program. If you can't pay for the gas, go to a government program. If you can't afford the food, go to a government program. Why is that always the answer? And why isn't the answer like, what can I do to get off of this? How can I get off of this program and start making a little bit more money instead of always running to the government because I can't afford to buy food? I can see it for a little while, but not for a lifetime, where people use welfare as a way of living.
But look at the illegal aliens are getting welfare. Look how much they're getting.
Shouldn't be happening.
I'm not talking about the illegals.
I'm agreeing with you. It shouldn't happen at all. Okay, it shouldn't happen at all. But the illegal aliens are getting it. So if the illegal aliens are getting it, why can't why can't some of the people?
They're not going to refuse somebody or anybody that needs food stamps if they qualify.
Oh, they do. They do.
It depends if they qualify or not. But if it's because they don't have the money and they would rather give it to the illegals, then that's illegal to me. That's illegal.
Illegal aliens, give it to them.
Yeah, if they are picking between somebody who's a citizen and working and somebody who's not, and they're giving it to the one who's not a citizen and illegal, then that's illegal. They shouldn't be doing that. That's discrimination too.
No, they shouldn't be. Yeah, well, I mean, they shouldn't be doing it because I remember having the illegal aliens came over, and all they were doing is getting food stamp cards. They were getting the government was paying for their hotels, their meals, and I mean,
Well, of course.
out of our dime.
Can you imagine you and Linda and your son decide to go to Mexico? You're like, I'm out of here. I'm out of the United States. I just can't do it. I'm going to Mexico where I'm just saying hypothetically. I'm going to go over to Mexico, cross the border illegally, go into that country illegally, and I'm going to use all the services that they have, because how else are you going to survive?
I'm going to go get their food stamps. I'm going to get all their
Right.
their welfare. I'm going to use them. I'm going to use them right to the bone. I'm going to make sure they ain't got nothing.
And that's what they're doing to this country. They're doing
And
the same
that's what they're doing to this country is right.
So they're crossing over, and they're like, this is a rich country. They can afford it, and we can't. But that's what they think. That's what they're told.
I don't think we can.
No, we can't. But that's what they think. So they come across and they think like because America is rich, that they can afford their housing, their transportation, their food, the cash. These people get everything. They get everything. They get computers. They get a phone. They get the buses. The kids get the buses. They get everything.
But you know why the kids get everything? You know why? Because of our tax dollars. The tax
the parents get it, and then the kids get these things that they need for school. But the parents get money. They actually get money that they can spend. Not only do they get food stamps or the EBT cards and transportation and hotels, all paid for by the taxpayer, but the kids, if they have kids, they get those perks as well, which is to go to school and transportation and the bus and everything else. Free meals in the school as well.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
they don't pay a dime. They don't pay taxes. They don't pay anything to the community, and they are getting all these benefits that illegal. Why are the illegals getting these things? I just don't understand it at all. Why
they're getting it? So if they're not giving it to us, so why is the illegal aliens are getting it?
Well, why does Massachusetts have laws if just anybody can just walk in and use the system and you have no clue who they are? Why do you have laws? What's the point? Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the point?
I remember when Linda went into Stop and Shop, and I was pushing carriages. It was me and one of my coworkers, and we were pushing carriages, and all of a sudden we had I was bringing carriages in. So after I was done bringing carriage, I went up to the lady. I says, I said, what does your sign say? She says, oh, I don't speak English. No speak English. So when I said, okay, so you don't understand my language.
Yeah.
So, and then one of my coworkers, that was working the other side, he come up to me. He said, Dave, he says, come down here for a minute. He says, look at this. So I went down there and I looked and I saw the guy, then I saw the guy with the little kid. So I asked him, I says, why are you here? I said, what do you want? And he goes, eat. So I went in the store because Linda was in the store. And I went into the look because Linda was at the cashier, and I asked Linda, see if we can buy something. But Linda says, "Well, I got candy bars in a bag, so granola bars in a bag."
Yeah.
So Linda gave me the granola bars. So I went out. I hand him one. I says, "Here, young man." I said, "You want a granola bar?" He took the granola bar. He ate, and the father took the granola bar. If that was his father, I don't know. But they took that granola bar, they ate that, like it was nothing, okay, out of style. So anyway, and I asked the little boy, I says, how'd you get here? I says, how did you get here? I said, how'd you get here? And the little boy, he's looking up at the guy, what I'm saying, I don't know if it was his father. He's looking up at him, and the guy's like, Don't say nothing to him. Don't say nothing. So, and I'm like, okay, if you're not going to say anything to me, and if you think that I'm going to call the authorities on you, I'm not. I want to help you. Okay? I want to help.
I don't agree with that.
Listen to this. There's the trick. Listen to the trick. So I want to help you. But as soon as he says, okay, then you can help us, and I'll talk to you, that's when I will call the authorities. I'll say, look, I have there's immigrants over here. They don't even know where they are. I don't even think they have a place to live.
Guess what? The police aren't going to do anything.
And the police are just going to say, well, you know.
Say, oh, well, you know what? We're going to go because Maura Healey lets them in. So they're going to go to a shelter. They might come from a shelter. Yeah, it doesn't make sense why those two would be out there like begging, okay? Because they have shelters in Massachusetts where they don't have to do that. So I don't understand that.
They're all at Market Basket too.
Yeah, but
during Christmas time,
something's not right. That's bizarre.
And during Christmas time, you should see it. They're out there with the violin. And I'm over there pushing carriages. And I'm like,
why are they allowed to do that? Why are they allowed to do that?
And I'm like, and I went up to him. I said,
they shouldn't be allowed to do that.
I said, what are you doing? I said, you guys come here. I said, you play the same song. I said, why don't you try playing something different? I'm not allowed to tell them that they have to leave.
But,
the manager
but Fall River, I don't know what they have because they usually go to cities where they have these benefits for them, and I don't know if Fall River does or not. Like, are they allowed to? I mean, they should be able to go anywhere and get something because the government pays for them. So I don't understand why they're out there doing that. Doesn't make sense to me. If they're illegals, I don't know if they are. They might not be. But the illegals have everything. They have no reason to be begging for food or anything because they have everything.
Oh my gosh!
So I don't. That to me sounds kind of sketchy. I would not approach somebody like that, and I wouldn't give them anything either.
I don't give them money. I just went up to them and it's like.
Yeah, I know, but people, I mean, I get it that you feel bad and all that stuff, but sometimes they do these things on purpose and you don't know why they're doing it. There are so many beggars out there that make money. They actually live in a nice home. One guy actually followed this one girl who was going to college, and she was begging every day, like in the morning. He followed her to her car. She had a car. And then she also lived in a pretty nice looking home. She was begging for money. She was making good money begging.
Yeah.
They do that. Okay. So
sometimes what they do is they hide their car and they put on old clothes and they stand on the corner and beg all the time.
Right. And they're always U.S. veterans, and they're all veterans. So they're not all veterans. They have a sign that says former vet. They're all former vets, and people fall for it. And they give them whatever, money, food, I don't know. And they look.
The only time I'll give money to $1 or $2 to the vets is when they're at Stop and Shop, right? If they're at Stop and Shop, and I know them, they're legit because I used to be an honor guard, and I used to march in the parade with them, and I know that they're legit. So I'll give them $1 or $2, or if I see them at Walmart,
I would watch out for those people that are out there begging.
Yeah,
especially with the kids.
I'll tell you, a lot of beggars. A lot of scammers. There's a lot of everything.
I wouldn't approach them. I wouldn't, especially with a kid. You don't, like you said, you don't know what the hell's going on there. So
no.
And there should be no soliciting anywhere. These, you see it in the city. You see these beggars. They're on the streets. They're all waiting for the cars to come. They should not. Yeah. I think, this is me personally, I don't think they should be allowed to do that. I think they should take these people put them in a home or a building or something where they can have food, where they can clean themselves. Like they should have these things so that these people you don't see out in the streets begging and with signs looking for this, that, and the other thing. I mean, I just don't like seeing that. They should be someplace where they can have what they need if they can't do it for themselves. I mean,
No, of course. Yeah.
and a kid,
But-
especially when you see a kid, it's like, oh my God. Jeez.
I mean,
Terrible.
they're actually right there. You know what I'm saying? And
I know. I've seen them. I've done it myself. I've approached them. I've actually given them, if I was doing some food shopping, and then I started thinking about it. They were holding signs in English, and I asked, who wrote this for you in English if you don't know English? Like, who did it? Now it's a whole different ball game. They didn't want to answer me. Somebody was helping them out with signs in English, and they're begging. And it's like, well, who the heck wrote this for you if you don't know English? And they weren't like Hispanic or anything like that. It wasn't like that. Okay.
No, it wasn't.
And no, they said they were husband and wife, which I don't know if that's true or not. Married, and they had a kid at home. And it's like, these people are bullshit artists. I don't know why they're doing this. And that sounds like the same thing with a man and the kid. I don't know what they're looking for, why they're there. They're there for some reason. And people are watching them. People are watching them I don't know what the hell. I don't know what kind of game they're playing here. I just don't know.
I think what's happening here is that we're playing a dangerous game here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like I would really think twice about seeing, when you see people like that, are they really, what is going on here, especially in Massachusetts? It's just
Massachusetts is over here it's
if they're illegals, they're taken care of. There's no need for them to
well, we got illegals right over here on Harrison Street, right next door to us.
That's what I mean. They're all set. They got a
And all the
place.
car.
Right.
Did Linda? I'm gonna do a short one. Did Linda tell you that what happened down on Alden Street when we got off the 110 bus and I was talking.
June.
That was in June. I was talking to we were talking to one of my neighbors down there, our older neighbors, and then all of a sudden I hear a big screech coming around the corner. Then the black truck came right around the corner, almost hit me, almost hit Linda. He went right into the pole. He came through because there was a bookstore here. And then the pole here, he came right between the pole, and he hit a white pole, and he almost hit the gas meter. Okay, the wire in the gas meter, and then the guy came out, and I had my whole thing live, and he came out. He said, "What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people?" He said, "Drinking and driving." He said, "Drinking and driving."
He was drinking.
Oh my God, drinking and driving. I said, I says, "Who was driving?" "Oh, it wasn't me. I wasn't driving." The guy's just sitting there, all full of blood. And the other two illegal aliens, they tried to walk away. I says, "Hey, you both of you, get back here now." I said, "No, you're gonna go tell the cop that you were both in that truck." And he's looking at me. He's like, "No, speak English." I said, "Oh, well, you were speaking English a little while ago."
You're driving.
Yeah, you were speaking English a little while ago, but all of a sudden, no, you're not speaking English. The cop went up to him. He says, "Both of you." He says, "Get over here." And the cop said, "Look, I heard you speak English. You were speaking English a little while ago, and all of a sudden now you're not speaking English." And then my neighbor told me, my neighbor down the road here told me and said, "Well, Dave, I think one of them had a gun." Okay, and but the police was already up there, so I told the sergeant. I said, "Hey," I said, you better get in touch with your men right now. Tell them not to go in that house because I think my neighbor over here said that he saw one of them with a gun, so he had to radio his men, and the sergeant had to go up there and said, "Look, don't enter the house, stay back, because we just heard that one of them had a gun on him, and one of them did, but he wouldn't come out of the house."
So that they're telling the regular citizens in Mass that they can't have one, but the illegals don't seem to have an
The
issue.
illegal aliens can carry one, though, but we can't.
Yeah. They
Criminals
can,
carry 'em, but we
how
can't.
the hell they got one is beyond me, because they can't read English, they can't do this. So how they got it illegally? Obviously, somebody sold it to them,
Yeah.
all under the table. They have, but you can't have one. But they make you go through hoops to get a gun in Massachusetts. But an illegal, that's a whole different story.
But I hope, and then again too, with the bus, with the free buses that are going on here, I'm going to end with this. With the free buses that's going on, okay?
Yeah.
And and they.
That's the worst thing you can do is have free anything.
But we're trying to get the buses, to pay the fares again. But now what's happening? Now they want to extend it until to 2026, and we don't want that. We want to pay for our fares. That's what we want to. But Governor Moore Healy is being a moron, okay, and not saying, well, now it's time to pay for the fares. I mean, I'm used to paying for my fares, and this is why we have all these problems on the bus. They smoke, they vapor on the bus. We have all these problems on the bus because they're taking advantage because these buses are free. So again,
not only that, Dave, not only that, but vaping is fine, smoking pot is fine. All these things you can do in that state. They can do whatever they want, okay? And then when you're in trouble, like what happened at the station, the police aren't around and everybody's vulnerable. And luckily, they did not have a weapon on them, okay? Luckily because next time it could be because they saw that people don't defend themselves and that they're scared and they're waiting for the security guard and or the police. You can't just lie, you just can't be passive and wait for something to happen and then wait for somebody else to take care of it. You have to have something on you. You have to. You do. You got to. Even if if you're with Linda and you've got something, at least you got something.
Yeah.
At least
I want to get Mace anyways. But
yes. I mean, most people should have something because that will deter them from doing these things.
Yeah.
It will. See, it's the lawlessness that makes them do these things. There's no punishment, there's no consequence, there's nothing. It's just like raising a kid with no rules, no discipline. They're wild. They're gonna come out wild. It's the same thing.
But I hope these kids I hope these kids get punished for what they did, and I hope the security guard's okay.
Right.
So I hope the security.
Well, you need to follow up and make sure that these kids get caught and see what happens.
Well, I'm gonna check tomorrow too, so make sure.
Yeah,
and I hope Serta puts a ban on these kids, and and I hope I hope these kids, I hope whoever did that, I hope they they get arrested, they get locked up, and and pay a hefty fine. Maybe that'll teach them, and plus pay for the security guard's hospital bill too as well. You know what I'm saying? The parents should be paying for the security guard's hospital.
The security guard can probably sue too if
he's going. I think he's.
If there are no consequences and they do nothing, then maybe he can sue and get something that way.
And get
especially if there's proof. Especially if there's proof. If there's a video showing that they started it and they did and they assaulted him and he got injured, he'd win.
Oh, there's security cameras everywhere.
Okay,
in that
so then
building.
he can get the footage and he should be able to get something, some compensation.
That is awful, man.
them.
Well,
That is bad.
I-
That is bad.
No, but I also hope they bring the bus fares back. You know what I'm saying? I hope so. And but we do need more. They should have 2 security guards there instead of 1. So I know
Again, but you need to carry something. Okay, you should carry something. Everybody.
I told the security guards they carry mace.
You should have
And
it too.
that would have been a good time to use it.
Right.
And,
If somebody had mace on them and they saw this happening, they could have used it on those kids. But nobody has anything.
And then what fault that we get? But now, say if I had the mace, okay, and I pulled my mace on, I started spraying in the crowd, right? Now, and just to break up that fight. So now, what's the chances me?
No, you don't spray it in the crowd. You spray it on the person that is, who's ever in trouble. If you feel like that you need to protect yourself, you take it out. And you say, well, you know what? These guys were fighting with him. I was nearby and, he was getting attacked. So I took out my spray. What are they going to say if they see it on video that they actually did do that and you tried to do something about it? Especially a spray. It's not a gun. It's spray.
It's spray. It ain't going to hurt anybody.
Well, I mean, they're going to get blinded, but, if they're going to be thugs and they want to start something, then you're going to have to defend yourself. That's how I see it. I mean, that's what I went through. I thought the same way you did. I mean, I didn't have anything on me. I would, if something happens, I'll call the police.
Yeah.
Right? I did that.
What's the chances of calling the police? When half the police bosses are criminals.
Well, but it's like by the time they come, you could be dead.
Oh, wait a second here. Somebody just said something here. You guys are like senators.
I know. We got to stop. He's right.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah. So we're gonna stop here. And so Annalisa, I like to have you on once a week or so. Wednesday.
Yeah, okay,
maybe.
but not for 4 hours or 5 hours.
No, not 4 or 5 hours like this. No, not 4 or 5 hours like this.
Like an hour is good.
Like an hour or so. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like an hour. So
all right, yeah, that was fun. A little long, but it was fun.
But I mean, we're all having fun. So I want to say is, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming on.
No problem. I'm glad I got to
new show and sharing what's going on and Swamp Stuff.
Right.
And here I am sharing what's going on here in Fall River.
Yeah,
so,
I think it's important to do that, especially for Massachusetts. I think that's important.
There is a problem here in Massachusetts, but I'm going to tell everybody out there now. You guys, we all got to get together, okay?
Right.
And we have to vote these people out, okay? Yeah. We have to vote these people out because if we don't vote these people out and we keep these people in there, what's going to happen is we're going to get the same old stuff all the time from them. Mm-hmm. So we need fresh ideas. So that's what we need. We need fresh ideas, and get out there. You need radical. Good candidates out there.
Yeah, you need radical. You almost need radical candidates at this point.
Yeah.
Well, we'll consider radical like getting rid of DEI, holding up the law, things that shouldn't even be considered. But that right now, I think, is like radical for Massachusetts. Like somebody who thinks like that is like, what are you talking about? What do you mean you want to do this? What do you mean you want to do that? What, That's the liberals.
So, I mean, we just want to get, we got good candidates running out there right now.
Hopefully.
But again, Lisa, Annalisa, thank you for coming on.
Dave.
And you guys, you can go to Annalisa's page and she's usually, you can tell them they're usually live You're on live once in a while.
I did one today
and,
on Michelle Wu. I did one today on Michelle Wu and how she's they have proof now that she's tied with the Communist Party of China. So it's on Annalisa Gentile 2 on Facebook, and that's a whole other story of what happened there. So, but it's there if you want to go take a look.
Well, so she's usually on live, and if you want to go to her page and listen to her page, you can, because she's good at what she does. But again, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it, and it's always good. It's always good to see you again. And I like to my wife and I would like to get you to come on maybe once a week or so on a Wednesday.
Okay. All right.
Once a week. So once a week.
Check it out. Okay.
And, once a week because I have different shows.
Yeah, there's always something going on.
I think Nick Stone likes you.
What?
Nick Stone.
Who?
Nick Stone. He owns a gun shop in Fall River.
Oh yeah, well I pulled the plug for the guns. Yeah, I'm a Second Amendment.
Yeah, she's a Second Amendment. She's a Second Amendment gun owner. So so you probably.
Even for the mace, even for that too. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night.
Talk to you later. So if you once a week on a Wednesday, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And it won't be like this. So it'll be like for an hour or so.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So take care. You have a great night. And again, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye bye.
Okay, you too. Bye bye.
I think you have to end it.
Yeah. So stay angry.
Oh, I can leave. Oh, I'm always angry.
All right. So stay angry. And hold your politicians accountable. Take care.
Absolutely, and get together too.
And get together and get to the polls and vote these people out.
That's right. We the people, not we the government. It's we the people.
No, we the people, not we the government.
Yeah.
We are people's power. So take care, everybody. Have a great night, everyone.
You
Bye
too.
now.
Bye. Bye. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.